Okay, this is the afternoon, this is the January 12th, 2021, 2 p.m. review session.
Okay, because we, good afternoon, everyone. Because we just finished our morning session.
We're live, right? I'm sorry. Well, it's streaming live. Okay, good.
Yes. Because we just finished our morning session 4 minutes ago, we are going to take a 30-minute break and return at 2:30 to begin the afternoon session. Okay, so stay tuned. In 30 minutes, we'll be back with the afternoon session. Apologies for the late start.
Difficulty getting in. So it seems I'm now in the, I was in a session where it was 2:30.
Jamba? You're muted.
Yes, we're on break. Just make sure that all your microphones are muted.
Oh, what is that?
Which?
No, I heard that microphone sound, sorry, squeaky, scratchy sound,
Scratchy sound. I don't know.
like it went,
We're being recorded. We're live.
okay.
Oh no, recording is paused, but we are live.
Mhm. Did you see my email?
No. I checked too.
Mm.
Hold on one second, let me look. When,
It's for case on for next week, but
oh,
next hearing.
November?
No,
No.
January 25th.
Yeah, they can't make the,
You gave 'em a week
Yeah, okay,
extension. They
we-
can't
We
make
are
it.
live. We are live.
Live, okay, so let's not talk about it, okay.
Okay.
The recording is paused.
Yeah, I know, but we're still live. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Okay, we need our commissioners back.
Review session.
Oh, we have them. I just didn't see them. They were on the lower section of my screen. Everybody's here, so let's get started.
Let me know when we're ready to go.
We're live. We're ready to go, Tony.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for January 12th, 2021, the 2 p.m. session. This is a review session. No public testimony will be permitted. First case up is special order calendar, new cases, item number 29, 29499BZ, 521 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. This PCE is located in an office building, so there is no posting in the lobby normally required. The community board waives its recommendation. We do have fire department letter of no objection. My question, I had just a couple of questions. The first is, where is there an elevator relative to the entrance to the facility at the ground floor? How does the ground floor plan, that is only the lobby and a couple of offices, overlay on the cellar and second floor plans? You know, it's a really large building, so I don't see how, I don't really know where the staircase is relative to the plans that are going on below. On the elevation, I note that the elevation that was provided is not nearly as detailed as the one that was in the previously approved set, and it needs to be, in part because the sketchy elevation that was provided doesn't even tell you where the front door to the facility is. There are several doors. It also doesn't show the signage the way the prior approved plans did. So the amount of detail that's on the drawings, the previously approved drawings, has to be replicated on this set. And this is just a curiosity, really. There are banners on the elevation. There are banners shown at the second floor. But if I understand it correctly, there is no second floor plan, no PCE on the second floor. It's only on the first floor, cellar, and subcellar, and subcellar and mezzanine. It's just to clarify. I can understand why there'd be no batters on the first floor. You hit your head on them as you're walking down the street. They left out also the description of the activity in one of the subcellar rooms. that used to be, that was even on the LSC approved drawings, and it just dropped out on the set that was submitted to it. And then the hours of operation seem to indicate this PCE is closed on weekends under normal circumstances. I know it's in a business district, but people work on the weekends. So I'm curious if it is actually closed on weekends. And those are my questions. Vice Chair Shanda?
Did you want the route of egress on this too?
I think the egress route may have
Is
been,
marked there? Okay.
but you know, I think it may have been obvious, but the main issue is I don't understand how one floor relates to the other floor, because there's like no dash line that says that floor is over here. Or maybe the subcellar is way over there and unrelated to the location of the main floor, in which case, how do you get to it? So is it all within the same floor plate? So, okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair Shanda.
Muted.
You're muted.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I had similar clarification regarding the hours of operation. Was it a typo, or is it really that it is closed on weekends? And also the question regarding the banner. Otherwise, I'm okay with the application.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown,
No additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta,
Thank you, Chair. Same regarding the hours and the weekend operation. The statement of facts, again, like yesterday, it's very, very brief. No description of the property, no description of the operation, previous grant conditions, complies with the previous grant conditions. I haven't seen all that. And I haven't seen any photos. If they haven't submitted any, please do. That's all.
Interior
Thank you.
photos? Interior photos, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
okay. So, I'm not sure if it was this application, but I'm pretty sure that on one of them, our project manager asked for interior photos, and the response from the applicant was, I don't need to provide them because this is an extension as opposed to a legalization. The reason we look at photos for legalizations is obvious. We don't have any history of the use being approved, right? But the reason that we're looking for interior photos now is just to get a sense of what the operation is. Is that Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, it's gonna give you, sometimes this is what I think. Data doesn't hurt. You look at the photos, if you see something that's alerting, you raise the issue. If not, you just file them. It's not a big deal to provide. It's
Right.
nowadays cell phones have cameras, so shoot 3-4 photos, 5 minutes, and then email them to us.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like you have to print 20 sets like it used to be the case, and that would cost you $500. And yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Okay, understood. And Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me, but I do want to bring up our notice in these commercial buildings. We don't have a notice provision with regard to these gyms in commercial buildings. Is that correct?
So it's not, do we have an administrative notice on this at all about posting in the lobby? I don't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do.
for the legalizations, for legalizations.
For legalization. But it's actually more than that, in fact. So when we have a continued PCE that even was, had already a permit, if the PCE is located in the base of a residential building, we do ask for posting in the lobby because we want to know if it's been a nuisance to property owners. I mean, the residential residents, right? So, yeah, it's kind of, is it arbitrary? I'm thinking more about being woken up at 5 a.m. by someone dropping weights. But it's not to say that you couldn't have problems because it's in an office building.
Yeah, I think it maybe offline we should revisit what type of notice should be in commercial buildings.
I mean, for posting or I believe we send out to the tenants. Carlo could correct me wrong because we just looked at these.
I don't think we do to the tenants in
Yeah,
commercial
the-
buildings.
I'm
It's
sorry.
for
Yeah,
all,
the notice is not exclusive to properties that have residential components.
Which notice?
The notice in the lobby,
administrative
common
notice.
areas.
Oh, everyone's talking at the same time, one at a time.
I'm sorry, Kurt, let Kurt maybe.
Okay. In all lobbies of all buildings in which the PCE is located in order to notify all building occupants. So for the administrative notice, we had specified that it should be for all building types. Although I would note that the subject is for legalization applications, but so we could update that to be all existing PCEs.
Right, thank you.
Okay, I think that's time to clarify it. Okay, so before we said it was for legalizations, now we're saying it's for extensions because we want to make sure that there's no annoyance to upstairs neighbors. Okay, that's good.
Other than that, I have nothing further to add to this application.
Okay.
Okay, next, may I go on? Item number 30, 12899 BZ, 14 Wall Street, Manhattan.
Wait, 128.99 or 128.00?
Oh, 12800, I'm sorry. That's what happens when you scribble on things. Sorry, I apologize.
So this is 14 Wall Street, Manhattan.
Yes.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. This PCE is an office building also, so there was no lobby posting, but going forward, we'll amend the administrative notice so that we'll have lobby postings for all extensions. Community board waived its recommendation. We do have fire department letter of no objection. I note there was a change in hours requested, which our council should note. It says, be reflected to current hours that meet patrons' needs, Monday to Thursday, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., Friday, 5 a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a change from the originally approved hours. Just to clarify for the benefit of our council. So Yas Sarpong had asked whether there needed to be an amendment when you're changing the hours for PCE. That's not my understanding. As long as the drawings don't change, we don't have an amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct. The other instance is if the hours of operation were specifically a condition and that the hours shall be limited to condition of the prior grant.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. We need to check that. Can someone check whether, in the meantime, whether on 128-00BZ, that was a conditional grant or whether,
This is Daryl's case.
yeah, okay, so Daryl, could you just check that while we're going through the review session? And make sure that it wasn't a condition of the grant. Sometimes the hours are in the conditions, which would make it more work, kind of, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Chase, go ahead.
The hours were not a condition of the grant. I don't even believe they were stated in the resolution.
Oh, okay. Because it says in the statement of facts, the hours of operation of record were.
Yeah, it is there in the hours of, in the resolution from September 12, 2000.
And where is it, in the body, in the whereases, or in
It's in the whereas. It's in the whereas and it doesn't carry into the therefore resolved.
Okay,
It doesn't carry in the therefore resolved. It's only in the whereas. So,
so it's not an amendment.
right.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to the next. Or did I finish? Did we finish? No. I
Good?
finished. No, nobody spoke with me, which is, the way it works, right? So, Vice Chair Shanda.
I have no comments on this one.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No comments.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta,
Same here. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Okay.
Okay, zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 31, 2019-298 BZ, which is stop scribbling, 506 West 181st Street, Manhattan.
Okay. So I just want to say 2019-298 BZ.
BZ, yeah.
Right here, that last part. Okay. Sorry, scrolling. I have a ton of notes on this case, so. Okay. The applicant submitted what's titled a commitment letter aiming to persuade DOT and this board that drop-offs and pickups in front of the building on 181st Street should be acceptable using a variety of staff, basically called coordinators, crossing guards, staff safety people, flag persons, and representing that only 30 minutes from 7:40 a.m. to 8:10 a.m. during the week are at issue for drop-offs, and 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. for pickups, which I know are peak rush hours in New York City, like everywhere in the country. Somehow, the assumption is that the private cars, taxis, and so on will be able to hold to this very tight schedule and also not arrive when the school buses are at the drop-off location at the same time, which doesn't really seem viable, believable. There were diagrams on the commitment letter that don't match the site plan that we still have in the set relative to the no standing zones for drop-offs. So whenever this is eventually figured out, the site plans and the commitment plans have to match. We received an email response to that commitment plan from DOT on January 8th. I don't know whether the applicant received a copy. I see Chase's hand up. Is it still up, or did I, oh no, you took it down. Okay. Tracy will clarify on this, but I don't know whether the applicant received a copy of the DOT comments or so far whether we have it in further writing. They did, yes?
Yes, they received a copy.
So I'm going to read it in case anyone missed it. I'm not sure that it's in the folder.
It's in the seeker folder. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so correct me if I'm reading sort of the wrong email, but while DOT agreed to the project team's need for ADA access, with a portion of students and parents needing to use the 181st Street curb lane for pickup drop-off activity, DOT does not agree with the project allowing all pickup drop-off trips from the 181st Street curb lane. As stated previously, 181st Street is one of the busiest bus corridors in the city, and as such, 181st Street presently uses the curb lane as a much-needed bus lane bus stop. We are willing to work with the applicant to create a designated pickup drop-off zone for buses and parents, who are not in need of ADA accommodations on either Amsterdam or Audubon. DOT would again advise that a loading unloading zone on Amsterdam would likely cause the least conflicts with existing curb lanes and sidewalks. That's their email. So I have to say, I'm not understanding why the applicant is continuing to hold steadfast to its position when the 181st Street drop-off has been the issue since we started these hearings, both from DOT and from the commissioners, and in particular, Commissioner Otley Brown, who has a lot of direct experience with this location. And sort of surprisingly, in regard to this point, and I just need to point this out, we received a letter in early December from the applicant requesting what we call an expedited review of the case. And I have to say, I'm very surprised by this letter, because this board, since the initial application filing, has done everything it can do to review the materials quickly and calendar the case for hearing as soon as possible, even in the face of the unusual fully remote processing and fully online hearing system. The the main thing that has been holding up this application, because we actually didn't have many issues with the building itself or correcting the drawings. I mean, basically a couple of words on the drawings here and there. The main thing that's been holding up the application is the applicant's pushback on this board's and DOT's legitimate, very legitimate concerns about the location and the insistence on 181st Street drop-offs. And this board came up with some alternate solutions, all of which have been rejected. So if anyone's holding up the expedited review, I would have to say it's the applicant, not this agency. And so the only little notes that I wanted added from the last time were to clarify what the exterior finish material is. And so they clarified by writing this sentence, which I would like to understand a little bit better. It's called cement-based finish and waterproofing coating. So having studied a little bit more about sort of recent versions of the exterior insulation finish system, my question is this cement-based finish and waterproofing coating being applied directly to the CMU masonry, as I understood from my notes, or is it being applied to an EFIS material? Because it can be applied in both ways. I want to understand it's applied to a solid masonry subsurface and not onto some kind of exterior insulation material. So those were the kinds of comments that we had, other than this major issue with the drop-offs. Are there any other comments? Oh, and I just seeker notes. I want to note that, as we know, the transportation analysis is open and air quality is also open. We're awaiting mobile source analysis based on the adjacent property. That's still the case, Tracy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So again, when we're being pushed to close and vote on this, but there are still open issues, which are really environmental concerns, right? And neighborhood character, in fact. Okay.
I didn't see that expedite letter from December. I was just looking for it.
General, I think it's like at the bottom of the file, sort of just floating there.
Okay, I see one from 2019, which
No,
might. Oh, okay.
I
Maybe
believe
you're confusing it with the other case. There was an expedite letter
Yeah.
for a subsequent case.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the new
Park
school
Avenue.
case has that request of expedited review.
Oh,
Park Avenue in the Bronx.
okay. So apologies. I read one and I thought it was from this December. Maybe it was from last December.
Yeah, there's one from December 4th, 2019.
Okay, so, all right, apologies about the expedite letter. However, however, I still stand by this whole idea that what's holding this up is failure to agree on this issue on 181st Street. Okay, so apologies. Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I read through the DOT letter, and I understand DOT's concern, and I was looking at the entire area more closely and trying to understand, typically every use that we have and traffic conditions, a lot of it is dependent on not only the roadway network, but also the surrounding uses, and a lot of it is dictated by zoning. And so when I was looking at that, except for this particular frontage of this block and a portion of Amsterdam Avenue, rest of the block is zoned for residential district where, as of right, school would be permitted. Similarly, that applies for the portion of the block that is fronting 181st Street across the street from the subject site, which is in where an as of right residential school would be permitted. And if it were permitted, it has similar site conditions. It also has the same number of bus routes that is on the other side of the of 181st Street. And it's also heavily a heavily utilized bus route. In that case, none of these concerns would have even risen to anybody's attention, and a school would have opened and would have been operating. And may have even gotten a permission to have a no bus parking for some duration of time, even possibly. But or if not, at least would be able to drop off without even it becoming an issue with DOT. So I feel I need to be mindful of that situation and the uses that's along this particular block front, the subject block front, is not very difficult from not very different from the block front that is across the street from one of the subject block or one block up. So I understand DOT's concern, and I appreciate that DOT is willing to work with the applicant to provide alternative. And I would recommend that the applicant try to work with the DOT or explain to us why it is not possible, and explain to DOT what works, what does not work, and try to see if there is a common ground. But I am sympathetic toward this site and to this location, and I realize this is a heavily trafficked bus route. At the same time, so is the block front across the street from the subject, and I think if DOT needs to look at it from that point of view, what may work on that side may also work on this side. So there are both ways to look at it.
Sorry, what works on that site?
On the block front across the block front that is across from the subject block. So I'm trying to look at the radius, trying to look at the radius map so that I can, it's the block that's 2155, which is the block to the north of the subject site. It also has the same number of bus routes. It also has the same location, number of bus stops, more or less parallel across the same street, and it has a fire FDNY stop. So I'm just trying to compare, a site where a school would be permitted as of right with similar kind of situations versus a school where it requires a special permit, and what consideration would DOT give to a site where it would be permitted as of right to and how that can be replicated, if at all, to an extent on this subject site, because it's very similar.
Can I give my point of view on this? Because I feel like mine differs from the vice chair. I feel that their DOT has a mandate that by now we all know, which is 0 traffic deaths. That's their mandate. And they have a lot of power to try and bring about that final reality of 0 traffic deaths. They've gotten extraordinary power in the last few years under the current mayor. And while they don't always have the ability to speak out on as of right projects, when they do have the ability to speak out in terms of discretionary actions, they feel it's their mission to make the site safe for pedestrians, and especially in the case of schools for students. We've sat down and had a meeting with them about what motivates them and what their aims and goals are, and we have seen horrific situations in as of right areas where schools would be as of right, where it's very dangerous for students going to and from the school. And so it's their desire that when they do have the ability to comment on a situation and perhaps improve the conditions, they're going to do it because they don't want a child's death on their hands. And I actually feel that's a laudable goal. We shouldn't want a child's death on our hands simply because as of right across the street, it would be fine for them to locate. To me, we should still hold ourselves to the standard of preserving safety for our students coming and going to the schools, for any schools that happen to come in front of us. And so I have no problem expressing my issues with this site in terms of properly locating a drop-off area. I just don't see it happening in front of the school, given DOT's other mandate, which is to improve traffic going through the city streets wherever it can, which resulted in the creation of these bus lanes, where I have observed buses going very fast up and down that block. And there really isn't going to be that much room for the buses to dart out around parked cars and even school buses in order to complete their routes on time. So that being said, I had issue with this case, but I was willing to defer to DOT in that if DOT was going to sign off on the pickup drop off on 181st Street, then I was going to go along with it. But being that they haven't done that yet, I'm still expressing my concern that they can have a safe drop-off pickup around the corner. Knowing parents and knowing human nature, I just don't see it as a successful plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that also. And I do want to say that independent of whether sometimes these uses are permitted as of right, we do a lot of use waivers in different kinds of places. Once it comes to us, we have findings and we have seeker that we have to satisfy. And we rely very much on the expert agencies to help us with this. And we rely very much on DOT's really fine analysis as transportation experts to advise us about potential problems. So in addition to just observing on field visits, the commissioner's field visits, DOT has transportation experts, and this has been an issue from day one. And we've also suggested so many other alternatives, you know, park on 180th Street. And then DOT suggesting that Amsterdam might be the better way to go, which is right in front of the hotel. So the hotel is like a constant drop-off zone. It's almost a perfect arrangement, because for one, walking in front of a hotel is arguably safer. This is a high-end, not just a hotel, but it's a high-end hotel office building. And so arguably safer than the other buildings that the students might be walking in front of. So it seems like DOT has been really willing. It started off with absolutely no, we're not even going to consider it. And now they're saying we'll consider it for ADA drop off, but otherwise you can't have the drop off on 181st for good reason. I have to agree with Commissioner Otley Brown, and also my respect for what DOD has been doing for the BSA over all of these years. It's a lot of work that they put in for us. And I, for one, do not feel comfortable about ignoring their strong objections. So, so unless you have more to add, either the Vice Chair or Commissioner Otley Brown, no, then move to Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe DOT is the expert here, and I'm gonna read from the DOT review what they said. They said that DOT doesn't agree with the project allowing all pickup / drop off trips from the 181st Street. DOT would again advise, and again here means that they did it before, advise that the loading / unloading zone on Amsterdam Ave would be likely to cause the least conflict with existing curb lanes and sidewalks. If this is the opinion of an expert, and I'm not an expert when it comes to reviewing traffic things, I would have to support that and go with it. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibeta, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So here's the thing for me. This is not the first time we've said this. This is not the first time DOT said this. We keep getting the same response. From what I understand, the majority of the board is not okay with it. I suggest that I appreciate that their ambition for their desires, but that's not what I think this board's going to approve. So they need to adjust, and DOT's trying to work with them. Their letter said it clearly. We will work with you. If you don't want to be before the board, if you want this thing to move to its next step, work with DOT and give us something that we can approve, because no one on this board wants to be held responsible for something going wrong here.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else? Tracy, anybody? Okay.
I just want to be on record. I think I'm definitely not advocating for being responsible for any death of anybody, but I just, you know, looking at situations I mean, from what little I have experienced working with DOT from my past days as a SECRA coordinator, I mean, DOT does have a tendency to look at the extreme worst case scenario and work off of that, and I'm just asking for some reasonableness in its review, balancing out all the other issues.
Okay. And I think, and
I certainly wasn't suggesting that you were, Vice Chair.
yeah. No, I don't think so, but I do think that DOT has increasingly shown reasonableness. They've moved from absolutely no to let's talk about a nuanced approach. So the applicant has to also be reasonable and be willing to compromise. So, okay.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
New cases, item number 32, 2019-173BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends approval. There was a lot of discussion in the community board's minutes about the sale of beer in the site because the site is near a school. Just for their benefit, we don't regulate what is sold at these convenience stores. They were also concerned about the impact of the use on traffic and the bus stop and landscaping around the site. On the other hand, we do look at those issues, so those have to be addressed by the applicant. We have 4 letters of objection from neighbors concerned about traffic, noise, and trash. And one neighbor who I thought had some good suggestions. So that should be somehow incorporated into the applicant's approach. One was stopped allowed music from customers after 9 p.m. That fits in directly with Commissioner Shabetta's recommendation yesterday that we have this kind of general rule that use of these kinds of sites have a restriction on playing of the radios and respect for the neighbors. Also, this neighbor recommended no parking of cars at night. I'm not really sure what that's referring to, but we could talk about that after. And then something which was mentioned by others, customers throw garbage behind the back wall, which is the private houses of the gas station. And the residents have to clean it up. And it happens when customers are washing and cleaning their cars. So I guess they take the junk out of their cars and they just throw it back. So we need to look at the applicant needs to look at the site plan to make sure that where those kinds of activities take place are not near the residential property line. And then there are many typos in the statement of facts. The applicant, I'm asking, please proofread the submission. There's substantive errors that need to be corrected, things that really change the nature of the request. And I'm actually have to say, I'm surprised to have to say this at this stage in our administration with this particular applicant representative because he or she knows better. Apparently, in spite of the many BSA actions on this site, a certificate of occupancy was never obtained, even though that was a condition of approval in 1965 and the many extensions since. The CO provided to us and shown on BIS is for another location. Maybe there's nothing on BIS for this location. If there is a CO, the applicant actually needs to request it directly from DOB and maybe they can dig it up. It's just not showing properly on their website. There is in fact very little DOB site history at this location, which doesn't really sound right given how many applications there have been here. And I suspect that that's because this site was originally tax lots 19 and 23. And the records were kept probably against lot 23 that no longer appears on DOB's website. It was kind of subsumed by lot 19. So the record needs to be corrected at the buildings department because it looks as if there's nothing ever happened at the site. So certainly a CO must be obtained and should be a condition of approval, but that doesn't seem to have worked in the past. So maybe what we would have to do is get them to submit completed application forms for a CO to show that they're moving with this, because they've made no effort apparently to get one. So I have to say, because this was a long night of reviewing things, unbelievably, the trash enclosure is shown as being as close as possible to the nearest residential rear yard. It was like if all yards you could pick to put the trash enclosure next to, this was the one that would be the most disturbing, this location. So this is new construction that's being proposed now. They're starting from scratch. The trash storage containers must be stored within. And when I say within, that means inside of the proposed building and not adjacent to residents. So this is not an invitation to attach a little lean-to structure held up by kind of sticks and what do you call it, chain link fencing. This is create a closet that is inside the building, and that's where you put your trash. And it has real doors on it, like real doors that have a lock, et cetera, and with vents on the bottom if that's what you need for air circulation. And it's new construction, and that's what has to be done. I'm questioning the need for so many air pumps and vacuums. They're all shown adjacent to a 4-story residential building. So they need to be moved adjacent to the convenience store wall and away from the residential property lines. And I do want to point out that some of that shared property line with the residential is a blank wall, but some is also the open rear and front yards. And there are rear balconies on that apartment building that overlook and see everything. So, maybe I'm not sure about the vacuum up against that building at all. If it can be put up against the commercial building, that's where it belongs, because why impose on your neighbor? It's just not right. There are decorative columns on the sidewalk, which seems to be sort of like a design theme with this particular corporation. The decorative columns are on the sidewalk in front of the building, make the sidewalk very, very tight and difficult for both wheelchair passage or two people passing each other on the sidewalk or someone with a stroller or anything. So either widen the sidewalk or recess the columns in the building facade. It's just quite odd, right? I'd also like to know what's the reason for lifting the building up 3 steps from the street. So why is there a need for this handicap ramp plus the steps? I didn't really understand that. There's a bus stop. I'd like to know how the bus stop works, and that's what was raised by the community, but then you can see it on the drawings. How does a bus stop work if it's located in front of an active driveway to a gas station? So the bus is supposed to wait until the car is finished leaving. I mean, I actually don't understand how you put a bus stop there. There was a comment in one of the submissions that DOT is looking at moving, the possibility of moving the bus stop. I'm not sure if that's viable. I'd also like to know what the finished materials and treatments of the building facades are that turn blank walls to the street. I see the word exterior insulation and finish system right up against the street line. That's a small no. And that's an unacceptable approach to neighborhood character consideration. And I just want to note, I love reading the old approvals from the 1930s and the 1950s, where the commissioners actually described what the finished materials were of quality. They specified the finished materials for the building that was approved as face brick, and they provided for minimum heights of the walls that separate the use from residential property. And it wasn't a fence, these were walls, right? So I think, I'm thinking that specifying better materials is almost the only way to go here, because we see so much of these kind of shoddy materials that that just won't endure for more than a couple of years and then will look just terrible. So also, I'm wondering whether even the layout of this site is just wrong. Like, why is the building pushed up against the edge of the property line on the street? Why isn't it up against the side lot line shared with the residential property? So if that's the way they want to lay it out, wouldn't that make better access to the site? Then you have a classic corner site. So maybe the whole thing needs to be flipped. And then there are utility meters to the front of the building, on the front of the building that are right on this property line. So they need to be moved either into a protective cabinet or they need to be moved to the other side of the building that is within their property lines, because as shown, they're accessible by all and they're on the street. I also noted in another application that there's the gas tanks, I think it's the gas tanks, always have these vent pipes that are very tall. They're like 25 or 30 feet high. And in another application, we see that those vent pipes are placed right up against the residential property line. And I saw that in an old BSA decision, the instruction from the commissioners was make sure that those lines, those vents are located up against the commercial building, not up against the residential property line. Everybody just pushes all the junk to the residents, right? So the other thing that has to happen is to make sure those vent pipes stay on the commercial property up against the commercial building. In terms of perimeter lighting levels, they are far too high. It may be an error, but it's shown as 23 foot candles at the property line. And it isn't believable that you go from 23 or 9 foot candles to 0 in a few feet. So something's not right. This is new construction. The lighting has to be 0.0 at the property lines, and it needs to be believable. So the lighting needs to be set away from the residential property lines. They need to show the sections again through the planting beds and how this will be prepared, including with curbs and wheel stops if applicable. The planting details provided are for planting in the dirt when there is no concrete adjacent to the shrub or tree. Again, that's a tree pit detail, and we're talking about a planting bed adjacent to asphalt or concrete that needs a curb. The existing vegetation needs to have an inventory and be shown on the plans. Since this is a new application, we need a record of what is there and what's to be maintained. So with specifications. And the street tree story on this application went from 4 street trees, then to 2, and now on the drawings, I only see 1. So where are the street trees? There needs to be a provision for at least 2 street trees, if not more, depending on how the curb cuts work out. Trip generation rates, as shown in the study, are very confusing. I think DOT comments on this very well. The existing station with 8 fueling positions is shown on a Saturday as generating more trips than the proposed station with 12 positions, and the prior one had no convenience store. So it makes no sense that this site would generate fewer trips than the existing site, that the proposed would generate fewer trips than the existing. DOT also had many comments about the proposal and wants to discuss design changes with the applicant. So I'm actually wondering whether DOT is also thinking maybe the whole site's wrong and the building should be flipped to the other side. Jella, go ahead.
We're having a meeting on Friday with DOT and the applicant.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Madam Chair, you just took my first sentence.
Oh.
And that, why can't you flip? Because as I was reviewing this project, I was like, my God, there are so many problems, and those problems will go away if you made the convenience store line up against the residential side lot line, and then the trash enclosure issue goes away. then you can still provide that planting bed of 8 foot deep, but now it would abut Chelsea Street, and maybe the curb cut issue that DOT has raised, you could maybe provide a curb cut on Chelsea Street and one on Hillside. I mean, with regards to the bus stop, right now you have these 2 bus stops and there are existing 4 curb cuts. So definitely reducing from 4 to 2 is a big plus. But I also, as I was reviewing it without reviewing DOT's comments, I was like, couldn't these curb cuts be located elsewhere? For example, the curb cut that is located right at the intersection of Hillside and I think 187th Street, that's like a T intersection. That curb cut would serve well because you are exercising the traffic signal to then make a left turn or a right turn onto Hillside Avenue and not therefore have to create not create a backup or the turning movement that DOT is concerned about with the curb cut that would be located on the westernmost edge of the site. So I think flipping the building would locate the trash enclosure maybe closer to Chelsea Street. That way it's away from the residential, and the buffer, based on my site visit, the buffer that is behind the building, it is really a nice dense buffer. These trees are very high, very deep, and on top of it, there's a grade change. So the garages are at a higher elevation and then the building. So there's quite a bit of noise buffer and the additional tree foliage. It provides a nice separate, buffer. So I think keeping that buffer as is without any change, and if the trash enclosure is moved close to the Chelsea Street and the building is moved close to the side, the residential building that's to the east, may resolve some of these issues, and then move, and you eliminate the easternmost curb cut on Hillside Avenue, because I think that is one of the busiest bus stops, and then you move it to the intersection, the T intersection of Hillside Avenue, and have, if needed, another curb cut off Chelsea. Or another one, I think off Chelsea would make more sense than another one on Hillside.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see it. Yeah, I think all my comments were around that. And I think once you do that, a lot of it will get resolved. And the trip gen, I agree with you. I think it was a little confusing to follow.
Right. Apparently they said there were no Saturday rates, so they pick weekday rates, and somehow or other the numbers.
Right. And DOT made the same comment. It's like, how can you not could have a reduced amount of vehicular trip that so I think just using that ITE trip gen factor may kind of fix the data analytic base points.
Yes. Okay. But I do want to say that I don't agree that there should be a trash enclosure outside the building in new construction. You don't have that in any other kind of building typology in the city. Why should it be allowed for these kinds of, Anyway, Commissioner Arlene Brown.
I agree with Chair's comments concerning the lighting as well as the dumpster location. You're absolutely right. New construction just incorporated into the building. And I just have one question about the illuminated signage needs to be reconciled between the statement that says 137.2 square feet and the signage analysis form that says 150 square feet.
So it's between the statement of facts and the analysis? Okay, thanks. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have the same comments regarding the lighting. I believe that with respect to the lighting, the fence is not the property line. The property line is like further towards the residential. It's aligned actually with the houses. That's what they are describing in the plans they submitted. Yeah. So I would say that there are no like readings or predictions, model predictions provided close enough to the residential. If you look at the luminous spread diagram, property line, it says it's aligned with the houses. It's not the fence. So we need like some more predictions or readings right at the property line, so we can tell whether this is okay or not. But I see some odds when it comes to comparing predictions to each other. So I'm not sure whether the software is like mispredicting or it's just a human error. So this is the lighting thing. I agree with the trash enclosure issue. And there is something actually that's more concerning to me than the trash enclosure issue, which is this. This is a picture of the site. I was there last week, and there is a car wash activity that's taking place on site. I wasn't able to walk on the sidewalk from the other side because all this water is draining with the chemicals, and all these kind of are draining to the sidewalk and then to the catch basin on the street. If they are planning on having a car wash in the new facility, please incorporate this inside the building. It cannot be done outside like that, and it should be a proper way to drain these kind of water mixed with chemicals somewhere else other than to a city catch basin. Just wanted to make that clear. So I believe put this as a condition in our grant, if we grant any, that no car wash, or if they say we think that we might have one, then put it inside the building.
Okay, thank you. So
Thank you.
you took photos of the site. Can you maybe share, submit them?
Sure, I will. I'll forward them to Kurt immediately.
Okay, okay, great. And Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of those cases that I think that a complete redesign is what they should do. There's not something we shouldn't be we shouldn't have to redesign the application for them. I think that they should do a redesign, keeping in mind that they are in a residential neighborhood. There's residents at the back of them. They should have a decent buffer for those residents. There shouldn't be they shouldn't use their have their trash be the what shares a property line with the residents behind them. Furthermore, I think that they need an operational plan that's going to ensure that garbage and the problems of the past will not continue on this property, as stated by some of the testimony that we received.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Chanda has her hand up.
You're muted.
You're muted.
So for following up on Commissioner Sheta's, yes, the plan only shows proposed air vac and air and vacuum station. Those are being proposed, and as Madam Chair, you mentioned, those are along the residential lot line. They should be, if we flip it, everything will flip. But I agree with you. I don't think this is a good site for any car cleaning. This is heavy. I think the site already has enough going on. I really don't even think we should encourage the idea of having any car cleaning or anything here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 33, 2020 73BZ, 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx. This is the other school.
Okay. Strange. I wonder if the expedite letter was in the wrong place. I don't know. Sorry. It might have been me, late night, something. Okay. Sorry, scrolling in the wrong direction. This is the new case, right? So we have service of initial application to officials and hearing to officials and neighbors. We don't yet have the community board recommendation. in terms of the finding, the school charter and curriculum support the finding that this is a 1210 school. They supplied the Board of Regents charter and so on. Jella, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak?
Oh, I just wanted to say that the community board and the applicant have been in communication, and there may be a meeting held tomorrow
Okay.
on this application
Okay.
with the community board. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So in terms, again, of the rest of the findings, the site is 100 feet from an MX district, which includes residential and allows schools as of right. As to the other sites vetted, the letter about what the school looked at came from the school itself and not a real estate agent, as is the norm. There was also no map to indicate the locations of the rejected locations, indicate the points of the rejected locations. There was also no set of criteria provided that would be the parameters given to a real estate agent for the search, which we need in order to really understand that a full search was done within the catchment area. And understood that this is a very large building, so there are maybe more limited sites when you're looking at such a large building. I do have to say, though, that the proposed program for this school is very impressive. It's a charter school in the South Bronx with the facilities of a great private school in what looks like will be a building with some architectural merit on both the interior and exterior. And so I applaud that effort. The location facing the Major Deegan and the MTA elevated is very isolated. So I'm wondering about the children attending after school activities who walk from school after businesses close or in the early morning walk to it while the businesses are in active operation with many active driveways on Canal Street. Not to mention the roar of the Major Deacon happening just feet from the front entrance to the school with a grade level change of only a few feet and a very low guardrail. The EAS makes reference to the idea of adding a 4-foot high barrier along that boundary between the Major Deegan and Canal Street. So I would like to see on the drawings that are submitted to us, details of the full extent of the barrier that's proposed all the way to Canal Street shown on Z02. There's a little bit of a drawing that shows it continuing, but I'd like to have it shown on a site plan, which maybe you just incorporate from the EAS and you put it into the set. So we can understand about the protections for the children with respect to the Major Deegan. And the thing that I'm talking about in terms of like the creepy factor, I went to high school in a manufacturing district and the area was abandoned when we would leave school. So any kids who were walking alone were walking in completely abandoned, arguably creepy neighborhoods. And so I am concerned about especially the after school walk homes. Or walk to the subways or whatever in that neighborhood and how they're planning on handling it. They should clarify on the site plan Z02 the extent of the new sidewalk to be constructed on the west side of Park as indicated in the EAS. So it shows that sidewalk's going to be reconstructed, but it really doesn't show how long. And it's in really bad shape all the way up to, I think that's 138th Street. And so I'd like to understand better because otherwise it discourages students from walking on that side. Maybe that's the goal, but nonetheless, they'll be walking on broken sidewalks. Jella, did I forget to take down your hand or you have another comment?
Sorry, I lowered my hand now.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay. They need to show all the DOT street and sidewalk improvements on an area plan or include the area plans in the set of diagrams that were provided in the EAS include those in our approved drawings, because our approved drawings are our only record that's easy to access of what was agreed upon, as opposed to the EAS that goes into an archive and is much harder to sort of obtain when we look at these in the future, say if there was a letter of substantial compliance requested or something like that. The new apartment building that's described in the statement of facts, this is about kind of neighborhood character and the appropriateness of this use in this location. They describe a new apartment building as being only 400 feet from the site, but in fact, it's on the other side of the major Deegan. So it's not exactly a neighbor to the site. You would need to cross the major Deacon or via as the crow flies. The subject site is surrounded by industrial uses, as one would expect in an M14. So I just want to know where the not creepy, dangerous walk from school is. Not creepy and not dangerous walk from school is. I note that DOT looks at the intersections. So all the DOT analyses were about how dangerous the intersection is with respect to traffic, which is a different thing than the sort of the dangerous creepy walk. So dangerous from the point of view of, say, trucks backing out of truck docks, but also in terms of not adequate surveillance on the street for students. These are high school students. Let's say high school girls are arguably exposed to dangers that needs to be addressed, I think, by the school with an operational plan. I was looking at some of the neighboring businesses. Interestingly, there is an infamous business that may have closed called Sin City. That has quite a reputation when you look it up. It's right next door to the site. I'd like to understand whether it just closed during COVID or whether it's closed for good. That wasn't clear at all in the research I did. I note that the school has been in discussions with DOT since March 2020, and that the most recent DOT comments include a request to set the building back 5 feet from a street line to widen the relatively narrow 9'6" sidewalk. So, you know, the project's been in development since for the last, whatever that is, 10 months. The setback that they're asking for would only be necessary at the first floor, but I'd like to hear from the applicant whether there is some way to accomplish this, at least in part, given that the floor is fully planned with auditorium and gym at the first floor level. So I'm just trying to, seems like on one side you have like locker rooms and things like that that are already squeezed tight to a corridor, and then you have the gym. But on the other side, there's a little bit of breathing room where it's sort of more a lobby area that probably could afford to have a little bit of space shaved off of it to enlarge the sidewalk as it turns the corner from the entrance, the main entrance. But I don't actually see without a complete, more than a redesign. I'm not sure where you put those functions. I don't see how you pull back the building 5 feet at the other side, which is the middle, what's described as the middle school entrance, which I'll get into in a little bit. So I'm wondering whether DOT would consider a bulb out to widen the sidewalk, or does that make the street too narrow? It's already pretty narrow. And also could the widening, I already said that. So I note that according to the plans and the student safety and operations plan, the entrances to the middle school and high school are described as at the extreme edges of the site, and they're very tight. Middle schoolers are directed to the narrow Park Avenue sidewalk at the north end, while high schoolers are also tightly funneled, but at least have more room on the sidewalk at the other southeast edge of the site. I'm actually not really understanding how this works or why. Security is located at the center of the building in a generous lobby. High schoolers are entering, according to the description, right next to the trash storage, basically. and middle schoolers are entering next to the toilets. I'm not really understanding that as the way that you come to school. And then what about security? And at the classroom floors, if you come up the main entrance at the center, there's a formal vestibule next to the elevator and the central stairwell. So if you're coming up through the main entrance, you come into a vestibule where arguably there's also security or a teacher or something that's directing you, as opposed to these back stairs, which are really fire stairs. My question is, are the access points at the extreme edges of the site really how the school will receive and dismiss students? Because I don't actually think it makes sense. And I don't know whether access through the building's main entrance changes DOT's review. So what I'm concerned about is that the applicant has sort of backed its way into this approach, because DOT is saying too many students are arriving all at once at the main entrance. And so the way the applicant came up with a compromise or something to say, no, they're not actually coming through the main entrance. They're coming through these little bitty fire stairs, and they'll be divided. So the school will be split in half, not to worry. And there'll be a staggering of whatever it is, 30 minutes. And so I asked, well, if you need some sort of compromise, then why didn't they use stair A for the middle school, which is at least takes you to the widened street and not to that tight little spot where there's just not going to be enough room and kids are going to end up standing in the street. So, and it's also, and those middle school students are more likely to be picked up by guardians, parents, etc. So it takes them right to the drop off and pickup area. So you don't have kids, kind of the littler kids, as exposed. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that part. Also, there's a disconnect in the statement of facts and the EAS about the number of students who will participate in after school activities. My question is it 50%, or is it 27% of the students, or is it 27% for the high school students and 27% for the middle school students? Take a look at page 6 on the statement of facts, page 26 in the school safety plan. And when I do the math based on the data that's given, you have 300 after schoolers versus 730 total students, where they adjust for absenteeism. I get 41%, so not 50% and not 27%. So actually, I'm not really understanding that part. I am sorry, I have a lot of comments on this. The student safety plan discusses at page 42. Assumes at page 42 that students arriving from the subway will cross Park Avenue to its east side and walk the sidewalk to the school. So that's the same side as the school. But what if they stay on the west side of Park Avenue and need to cross it to get to school? I asked, shouldn't there be striping and a stop sign there with a crossing guard to allow students to cross that route in case they're on the west side? Kind of remembering back, and those of you with high schoolers remember currently, you get into this place when you're walking from the subway with your friends where you're not paying attention to what you're doing. So even though the school may have announced at the first assembly that you're supposed to cross the street to the east side, you're not paying attention and you stay on the west side. And by the time you realize you should have crossed the street, you're in front of school. So it's time to cross the street. And there hasn't been any provision for that. And it seems like that would be an easy fix. There's also no discussion about the possible impact of this use on area businesses, which is one of our findings. So this isn't kind of in an isolated corner, but still we need to discuss how the buses and so on would affect the area businesses and the students. On noise, there are outdoor terraces planned that overlook the Major Deegan and elevated train line. I'd like to know what DEP's approved level of sound attenuation is for the window walls, and that needs to be shown on the drawings. the applicant's environmental consultants concluded that 31 dBA at the lower floors and 35 dBA attenuation at the 5th floors, with only 7 dBA at the terrace itself, was necessary. 7 dBA brings the terrace to a really noisy 70 dBA. That's really, really shouting over the din. And that seems inadequate. But we also don't have a DEP sign off on noise, so maybe they'll want more, but that just really doesn't sound like enough. Also, same for air quality. I can't imagine really that it's an okay location for children or adults to be sitting and sunning themselves on this setback, overlooking major sources of air pollution. I didn't see any indication in the EAS that air quality monitoring was done. And given our charge here, whether or not seeker demands it, I think air quality monitoring should be done because this is a very active, polluting location just based on traffic. Even though there were no, sort of stationary sources pointed out as being polluters or anything like that. With respect to the flood zone precautions, the site is actually, this is something I referred to earlier in the day. This site is actually feet away from the AE11 firm map zone, so requiring an 11 design flood elevation. There's no cellar in the site except for some mechanical equipment, but I asked, wouldn't it be safer to have all the mechanical equipment above design flood? The survey provided actually does not indicate whether the datum uses NAVD 88, which it must be. So that needs to be verified. The surveyor needs to be contacted to amend the survey to indicate what datum is being used. And all elevations on the drawings must be in NAVD 88. According to the survey, grade is at 11 feet. So assuming it's in NAVD 88, the first floor is at grade is risk because it's at 11 feet and it needs to be 2 feet above design flood, above base flood. All you need is for the next big storm to change by a few feet and you flooded the inside of the school. So it's just a recommendation. It doesn't mean it doesn't comply with code. It's a recommendation. And finally, as to exterior finishes, my question, my theme, what is, quote, synthetic stucco facade? And again, it cannot be external insulation and finish system and receive approval from the BSA, not under at least my watch. The design of the building is attractive and the exterior finish materials need to hold up over the decades. Counsel for applicants seeking BSA approvals should be on the lookout for this on behalf of their clients and warn them to stay away from it. So any other material that is not an external insulation and finish system. And sorry, those were my comments. I don't think there are others. Yeah, okay, sorry about the length. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. So here are my few comments. I agree with you. The design of this building is, it's very well done, and the layout of the uses inside the building also different, and I think it can make a very nice school. The way the layouts of the breakouts rooms and others are, it looked interesting. I agree with you with regards to the alternate site analysis. It's incomplete. We need a much more detailed breakdown of the sites that were considered, the size of the sites, and what were the criteria that was applied in selecting the sites. What is the minimum lot area that was being considered, and such, since, as you mentioned, it's a new school, a new site, new construction. With regards to the the traffic analysis and the circulation, I felt like a lot of assumptions were made how people will be walking only along the 135th Street versus along 138th Street. It wasn't quite made clear how were those assumptions made. How was the breakup of the flow of pedestrian traffic was made, and therefore the distribution. So it would be helpful if that can be provided. And with regards to the SECRA analysis, while there, it showed that there isn't any high crash location, the data from the table 16.5.3 per intersection does show there were some locations where there was some crash number, though they did not probably reach the threshold. For example, 135th and 3rd Avenue and 138th Street, 3rd Avenue and Lincoln Avenue and Morris Avenue. And these are the two main locations where every student would at one point or the other would walk by. So I definitely would like to look towards, find out from DOT how they are working with the applicant in addressing that crash location issue and minimizing it, whether you do more bulb out of the sidewalks to allow for more pedestrian holding area and therefore minimize the interface between vehicles and pedestrian. And specifically 138th Street and Park Avenue has more vehicular related injuries. So I definitely would like to hear back from DOT on that. Even though it may be below threshold, I think we should get a clarification when you do speak to DOT about these matters when our staff does talk. With regards to I'm looking at the proposed improvements that have been cited in SECRA. One is to provide, as you mentioned, the 4-foot high jersey barrier fence that would run from the intersection of East 35th Street and Park Avenue to the southeast corner of Canal Street and East 135th Street. I think it should go past the intersection of Canal Street up to where the ramp is coming down, because that would be the point. It would be difficult for someone to jump over. And I don't know what the DOT requirements are regarding fences, but it should be an opaque fence and not and if possible, some fence that allows for some noise attenuation. And again, also with regards to the Park Avenue sidewalk, I agree with you. I think I'm concerned about, I don't know what is the traffic, how fast the traffic rolls along 135th to Park Avenue, and if that needs to be looked at to make sure that the traffic flow from there is controlled for the school students to cross or walk from one side of the sidewalk of Park Avenue to the other side of the sidewalk of Park Avenue. And I do think there is a way to widen the sidewalk, the western sidewalk portion of the sidewalk along 135th and Park Avenue. Like you said, Madam Chair, by having the second floor overhang and, the first floor use, which has the locker rooms, those could be probably located on the mezzanine level because the lobby floor is double height. So maybe that double height area of the lobby could provide the locker rooms and such. You do have weight room there, and there is also the gym director. So it's not totally isolated from it, and that would allow for some more widening of the sidewalk on the west side. And similarly, I think the stair, I agree with you with regards to the 2 stair point entrances for middle school. And if everybody is coming mostly along 135th Street, why then the first set of stair is for high school and then the middle school students have to walk around and go all the way and then go to Park Avenue? Shouldn't the middle school be dropped off first and then the high school students go further out and then they take the staircases? Again, that is assuming every student is going to approach the school from 135th Street. Mm-hmm. So those are based on certain assumptions, and I don't know how one controls that and make sure that that will be the flow always. I doubt it. Mm-hmm. So I think the approachways to these 2 staircases have to be made more approachable and inviting, and not just appear like they're fire exit staircases and tucked away. They have to be, they need to be safe, visible for everybody, so that they're, it gives for people to wait. Yeah, I think those are my comments. Otherwise, programmatically, I really did not have any questions.
Okay, great. I think I didn't understand one thing. You're saying that about drop-offs, the assumption isn't so much that there are a lot of drop-offs. The assumption is that most of the kids are going to be walking.
No, that's what I meant. I meant the drop-off from the subway station or the bus stop. So, but one is always, I'm not sure is the assumption that they will always be walking along 135th, or will they be walking mostly along 138? And how did that assumption, how are you arriving? Because that is critical in determining what aspect of the sidewalk needs to improve. How are you providing the additional security and the safety for the students to walk? And should the middle school drop-off be the closest point from that approachway, or should it be the high school? So those are the questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I actually don't have any additional comments. You both said it all.
Maybe too much, but sorry. Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, same here. I don't have like any additional comments. Thank you for your like very thorough review. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta?
I too. I think you guys covered everything. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks, everybody. Tony, you're muted. You're muted, you're muted, you're muted.
I keep doing that. This concludes the public review session. We'll now commence with the public hearing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing for January 12th, 2021, 2 p.m. session. The first item up, a new case, is item number 29, 294-99 BZ, 521 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. I don't see Todd in here
We're
yet.
still waiting.
Okay.
Mr. Dale is joining us now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let me swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Go.
I did listen to the review session, and I know there were a few questions, and I'll hopefully address them all right now. First, with respect to, there was a question regarding the hours of operation. I would confirm that this site is not open on the weekends. Okay. So the hours submitted are as submitted. There was a question regarding the elevation and the banners. To provide a little context, those banners are on the second floor of the building, even though the site doesn't have, the PCE is not located on the second floor. Those banners are as they have been since the site was first established back approximately in the year 2000. With respect to the elevation, as the chair noted, there is a difference between the previous approved plans and the current plans. That difference is directly related to the fact that there is ongoing work on the facade of the building. If you look at the photographs, you'll see there's a scaffolding all across the front of the building entrance. Currently, Equinox does not have the signage that was shown on the previously approved plans. It's covered by the scaffold, and they took it down. They only have signage on the scaffold. The banners were up for a bit. I actually don't know if they're still up. The short of it is that the plans that were submitted didn't show the signage, because as it was removed in conjunction with the scaffolding work that's ongoing, the hope was that once this exterior work is complete, they may seek to update the Equinox signage to meet with more current branding. Because of that, they didn't show any signage because they didn't want to have old signage conflict with possible new signage. I would note that the plans do have a note on the elevation saying that all signage is to comply with the zoning district regulations. The short of it is, if the board is agreeable, we would hope to proceed with the signage not showing the Equinox signage on the doors, with the understanding that they want to perhaps modernize the signage in compliance with all landmarks regulations and all zoning district regulations going forward, if the board's agreeable to that.
Yeah, that's
Just
okay.
want to provide some background to that.
This wasn't clear that that was the case. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. There's a question regarding how the different floors orient. What I would point out is, I'm bringing up my plans now so I can look. There is a if you look at the ground floor of the building, there is a small lobby entrance, and there's a stairway entrance which is to the left, and then there's the vestibule entrance to the right. Patrons who don't need accessibility provisions for access would just use those entrances to enter the building and be able to enter the lower floors. Elevator access is actually provided through a building elevator. It's a service elevator. It was on previous plans, it was not highlighted. It is the same elevator as it's always been. What I would describe it is if you look at, hang on, bring up the plan. But if you look to the far right of the plans, I apologize, I'm not sure if that's north,
Yeah.
south, or west, but to the far right of the plans, there is a stairway that's shown on the ground floor, okay? To the north of that, there's an elevator that's actually labeled service elevator. So if you look at A-120.02 plan, which is the cellar floor plan, you'll see that there is an elevator there that is labeled service elevator. All the other elevators are plain, but the service elevator is the service elevator. That is the elevator that Equinox is allowed to use with respect to the building to provide accessible access into the cellar floor.
Okay, slow down a second.
Okay, sure.
I see the elevator banks, but they all say elevator.
Except for there's one that's removed. It's right up to the wall of the building.
Oh, I see back there.
That service, that is the elevator that would be used by patrons, and then they would enter the corridor that's labeled C25. So that is the elevator access that provides access.
Where do they get, if we go back to the first floor, is that elevator shown on the first floor? Yeah.
It is shaded out, but it is shown, I believe, above the stairways.
So how do you get there though? Where's the front door?
That's the main building lobby.
Oh.
It's the main building lobby, so it is separate. So since it wasn't, it is used for access to satisfy AD access, but it's not part of the PCE leased space.
Yeah.
So it's just represented on the plans as it was on the previous two iterations of board plans.
So when you say the main building entrance, is that wide corridor that's just to the top of the PCE on that floor? There's this wide corridor that looks like it's connecting to.
Yes.
So you walk from there down that corridor, or you roll from there down that corridor, past the main elevator bank and into that service elevator.
Correct. There's yes, the service elevator. So yes. And at the cellar level, it's the C25 corridor.
Got it. Okay.
That's labeled. So that's it. And then with respect to access between the cellar and the subcellars, because the cellar, subcellar, and subcellar mezzanine are a bit smaller, the stairway that actually provides access is actually in the center of the cellar plan. It's through the best way to describe it is that there's a vestibule shown on the cellar plan. You go from the ground floor cellar to the vestibule, and then to get from the cellar level down to the subcellars, there's that central cellar. It's the one that's just to the right of where it says line of soffit above. And that then goes down to the subcellar mezzanine. and then the subcellar mezzanine cellar goes down to the subcellar. And I know this is very difficult to describe without being able to point and show you the plans.
So that's the thing, Todd, for your next homework assignment, learn screen share with your little arrow.
Oh, if I'm given the ability to share my screen, I can do that right now.
Sure.
Sure.
That's
Okay,
correct.
let me see. Did that work?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. So this is the service elevator where my mouse is,
Yes.
and that's the corridor where the access would be. This vestibule here, which is on here, is what leads up to, I'm gonna go to this plan, the ground floor. So this stair actually leads to
Wait, slow
this
down.
stair here. It's an L shape. It's
Slow
it's
down.
open
Yeah,
cellar.
yeah. Slow down.
And
because
then
it takes
this
us-
cellar here,
Todd, slow down.
sorry,
Yeah, it takes, what happens with the screen share is you have to
Got
go
it.
a little slower because it takes a while before we see what you're referring to.
all right, I will pretend I did not have any coffee.
Okay.
Okay. So this, where my mouse is right now,
Yes.
the vestibule, that is the stair that connects to the ground floor stair entrance from the lobby.
Okay.
This staircase, which is here,
Mhm.
and now I'm going to switch pages,
Okay.
leads to the stairway over here by the vestibule, or the subcellar, the subcellar mezzanine, which
Mhm.
then is also matched up with this cellar, or this stair here.
Okay, that just keeps going. Okay.
Correct. And the confusion that happens, because I was confused when I looked at the plans initially, is that the direction of this stairway in the vestibule, it shifts because it's sort of a circular stair that changes directions.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So that's those stairways.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I will leave the plans up in case there's any other questions. So that we discuss the elevation, the banners, the hours, and then oh, you are correct that there was a label that was, I think, deleted by, I'm actually looking at the previous approved plans here, but this area where it says exercise area, when we added the egress paths, that exercise area label was deleted. We can add it again if you want a new set of plans with that exercise area.
Well, as long as we don't do closed votes, so we'll close. You could fix that and resubmit.
I will resubmit and I will add that label, ask the architect to add that label back in. I think it was just a layer issue with the egress paths.
Okay, and you take out all the old bubbles and only have that bubble.
Correct. I'm actually, the actual plan of record now is, I think, I'll move it over into the screen share so you can see. I was looking at an older version, but the actual plan of record is this one, and all the bubbles are removed.
Okay, good. So you'll just bubble that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we'll get a bubbled version in that. So it's really the label that would change.
Okay, so I think that covers it. Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
What else? What else? No, a minute. Okay, I'm okay with foregoing the photos, or you could submit the photos as just part of the record. Commissioner Shetta, do you feel strongly about the need for photos? Because I would like to close this so there's nothing open.
No. If it's gonna delay the close, no.
Okay, okay. Okay, great. So I would then like to I would like to hear from the public.
Public.
Yeah.
We are discussing 294-99 BZ, 521 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. Zoom webinar ID number is 994-6891-7275. Calling on number 646-558-8656. And the passcode is 337825. And if you're in Zoom land already, raise your hand, *9.
You're in Zoom land.
I heard a couple of people, I say that because I've heard a few people say Zoom land on other Zoom things.
It is. We're in this alternate reality. No question.
That's what they call it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so in the meantime, well, if we see anybody here who wants to speak on this item, raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, Todd, how much time to put one word on the drawings?
By the end of the week, if not sooner.
Okay, so 1 week to submit. All right, great. So we'll try, it's packing up, but we'll try to put you on very soon for decision. Just not sure which soon, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay. Next item is 12800BZ, 14 Wall Street, Manhattan.
Good afternoon again.
Aye.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Yep, just give me 1 second. I'm ready. So, yeah. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm. Again, we heard review session. I believe there were few limited comments. The one comment regarding the hours. As noted, the hours are from the 2000 resolution, and they were not a condition, they were a whereas clause. And just to confirm for the board, the new hours that are proposed, which have changed to reflect the current circumstances we're dealing with, are actually a reduction in total hours of operation, just slightly different.
All right. Okay, any additional comments from commissioners? No? Okay, so let's go to the public.
The case that we're discussing is 12800BZ, 14 Wall Street, Manhattan. You want to call in, it's 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 994-6891-7275, and the passcode is 337825. And if you're in Zoom already, it's *9 to raise your hand.
That's if you call in, otherwise you just raise your Zoom hand. You're a Zoomer. Okay, giving it a second. Don't see any hands go up in the Zoom room. Okay, so I would then, because there's nothing to submit, like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
The applications is closed.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Keep going, Madam Chair.
Let me see, what time we started? We started at
2:30.
Let's do another 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Next item is zoning calendar continued hearing, 2019-298BZ, 506 West 181st Street in Manhattan. Ms. Iannotti, are you ready? Oh, she's muted. Who's Carlos?
Already, I think, is Richard waiting in the Zoom room?
Not yet.
No.
Okay, we'll give him a moment.
Is Arnold Alden and Carlo Chitarelli?
Yes.
Chitarelli, yours?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm on.
Yes.
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Thomas Gluck?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Don't see him. Charlie Ortiz?
Mr. Lobel is joining us.
Yes, Richard Lobel. Okay. Ready?
Yes. Ready to go.
Okay, everybody's ready?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
We do.
Okay, everyone else? Hello? Anybody who's gonna speak, say yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. It's the reason why you're sworn in. You gotta respond.
Sorry, Tony.
I don't know, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
Late in the day. Go ahead, Richard. Mr.
Thank
Lobel.
you. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Once again, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC representing the applicant. We had representatives at the executive session and so are familiar with the board's comments. We understand that the substantive issues surrounding the special permit are reduced to just a handful. There's some which we can address in our next submission, which just involve surfacing materials and making sure that the site plan matches in all the necessary submissions. So we're able to do that. Obviously, the issue of traffic and safety and correspondence with DOT is a primary concern. And we understand and appreciate all of the professionals involved, particularly the board and DOT and their concern moving forward for student safety. With that, with the board's permission, I think we would have Charlie Ortiz from the school briefly address some of the board's concerns and then hand it over to Kevin Williams from Equity, who has been dealing most directly with DOT and can offer some insight into how we're going to move forward.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you everyone on the board for your time both today and over the past many months. I know it's been a long day, so I'll keep it.
Sorry, please state your name.
State your name for the record, sorry.
Charlie Ortiz, Executive Director and founder of Wind Music Community Charter School. Knowing it's been a long day, I'll keep this really brief. And I just want to share my deep appreciation and thanks for everyone on the board, as well as everyone at DOT who has been working with us to try and solve this challenge. We do acknowledge the realities and the challenges at hand. And we believe everyone has been acting in good faith, which we appreciate. It has been in good faith that we also took a lot of thought about articulating what we thought was the safest way to handle arrival and dismissal for the school, and used it as a process to really think through our thinking and make sure that we could stand by everything. And so that was the commitment letter that the board was speaking about earlier. We have received DOT's comments, and at this point we are still processing those comments, so I'm not going to offer an official response to that right now, but I will say that we understand and we are taking that into serious consideration, and we'll continue to try and find a solution to this. With that, I do know that there are some technical questions that are better suited for my colleague Kevin Williams, so I'm going to pass it over to Kevin now.
Thank you, Charlie. Kevin Williams, Managing Director of Equity Environmental. So I'm going to keep my remarks fairly brief because I know, the chair, that you have great disdain sometimes for feeling like an applicant and their environmental assessment and the legal filings are sort of walking in place and that we're retreading some of the same positions. And I wanted to of course, when you look at a record like this, that may be the way it seems. But over the last 4 months since our last hearing, we have, and as I'm sure both Jella and Tracy and Carla would attest to, we had a meeting with DOT many weeks after the hearing, and acknowledged the fact that we've come from an absolute hard no to some options. And I work with many members of the Department of Transportation going back 20 years since I first came to New York City, and have great regard for what they do and how they consider the work that comes before them, particularly as it relates to schools, which, as you know, both Sheldon Lobel PC and Equity Environmental handle a great number of these very challenging assignments. And what I just wanted to do is just to indicate the process that we went through. So we had this meeting, and I was hoping it would engage in a detailed technical dialogue between MTA operations and MTA traffic, and to come up with a shared land use traffic solution here that understands that it's not only, DOT has a great amount of responsibilities between, stewarding traffic and transit operations, and assuring that the goals of Vision Zero are met, and that they properly analyze assessments that are submitted to them for their discretionary review. During that session, we did not get very far. It was only until some months later that we got a response back offering an option. And that option was, I believe, given to us in late November to explore. This was via an email passed along through Ms. Benke to us, indicating that, please evaluate an option on Amsterdam for a drop-off. And we did evaluate that option. And after that, we indicate, we went back and forth. And what we're doing here is we're juggling the realities of the school able to persist in an operational program for a long time and the cost associated with that, and the way that we look at terms of safety and access, and whether any of these options will work. I'm not going to weigh in on them. We posited an alternative for Autobahn early on, but when brass tacks came down to it, we really had to look at these alternatives and evaluate, kind of using Occam's razor concept here. What's the simplest approach? And so we were asked, we came back and we said, we really don't believe that bifurcating the arrival here is the best possible solution in terms of automobiles in front of the hotel. And we did explore, Chair, your other concept of combining parking on 180th. I mean, I want you to know that we did explore these suggestions in detail, met with the developers, met, with various members of the bid in the area to look for other alternatives. So there's a lot of going back on to circle back around where we're at. And basically after these detailed discussions and Mr. Ortiz and his board really, I mean, we shed blood internally looking at these options. And basically we were asked to supply your concept for active management at the curb in front of the school. And we basically posited a bifurcated arrival, and we understand, Chair, your concerns that all of this fitting in time is a spatial and time problem, as all bus arrivals are, and with cars in an urban area. But it's understood that requires flexibility and knowledge of the neighborhood. So having said that, we were basically asked to show what this concept looked like. We just got back the answer on Friday. After really working through with the architect and with Charlie and with other members of his team to come up with a framework and deploy personnel here that we believe at this location affords a safe opportunity, is a knowable experience that bus operators going down the corridor would be able to foresee laid right out in front of them at both the AM and the PM period, where you sort of learn and understand and adjust to your environment, as would the school. Now, we do understand everything that I heard from Commissioner Otley Brown, Chair Perlmutter, and we appreciate Chair Chanda's comments as well regarding, the context, kind of catch-22 that we're in here. And as Mr. Ortiz said, we'll go back, we'll take a final look. We do not want to waste the board's time, but as you all note, this is a very important issue. We're hoping it would be successful. As I noted last time, there are a lot of positive site criteria that reduce the walk concerns that Commissioner Otley Brown noted regarding pedestrian safety, that a lot of these drop-offs are right at this neighborhood because of the bus locations. We're connecting 70% of the student body here. And we believe by controlling these operations at the frontage that, yes, we understand that there are challenges with the ambient transit operations. And I think what we would like to do is potentially circle back around with DOT and see if we can find some common ground. But I wanted you to understand that while it looks maybe that we've been walking in place, there's a whole process that we've walked through that's been very challenging and acknowledges the concerns of the board. So I just wanted you to know that we're not neglecting your concerns. We've really worked very hard over the last many months trying to come to a solution, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to get there, but I think we're going to give it one last shot to discuss behind the scenes. But I don't want to respond to anything specific because I do think your concerns are valid. So I don't want you to think that I'm ignoring your comments. I'm very mindful of them. So I don't think us or myself or the team thinks it's helpful in rebutting what are all reasonable considerations and comments at this time. I think we would be better suited to determining whether we can approach one of the paths forward in order to determine whether that meets the concerns of the board.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I appreciate your statement. I'm just a little curious. You mentioned something about, I know that one of the pursuits that I had asked you to look at is sort of coordinating with the hotel and dropping off on 180th. And I know that's a very complicated approach, but you said something else about drop-offs in front of the hotel. Is that something that you looked at, and then why was that not pursued?
So Chair, yeah, we did. And we had, quite discussion, and I don't really want to speak for the school specifically, but I'll just say the concerns is you have a balance of costs, right, related to deploying personnel and broadening the net at which students arrive. And there are positive aspects to that frontage, and the fact that they're actually widening the sidewalk in front of the bus location, which certainly will help students arriving. But our concern is you push this around the corner, that it potentially complicates bus ops with a right turn with people collecting in that area. You also have to deploy the approach that Commissioner Otley Brown indicated on Autobahn, where you'd have to get this stewarding procedure, right, timed with stewards walking to and from the school. And so it's literally a balance between broadening the net in which students collect and stewarding them to the frontage of the school through a bus drop-off area it's active. And the concern there is, I hate to use aphorisms from outdated philosophy, but the Occam's razor concept is, the more pieces of the puzzle that you have to tie together with people that are out of line of sight, even if they're connected by walkie-talkie and that sort of thing, is the more complicated those considerations come, and they come with cost factors. And where the margin of cost is already so tight for WIN to keep their school functioning at the level that it's providing right now, you're talking about an additional 2 or 3 personnel at the end and the beginning of the day. So you have to have somebody there, potentially a flagman. In the same location, we offer a flagman, 2 stewards at the end of the drop-off area. We'd still have to have folks in front of the school to prevent drop-offs from car there. So it's like 40 to 50% more staff. Those are dollars, and it just becomes a cost burden and a long-term burden in terms of operations. And I think I probably went in more than I had planned, but those were the considerations, Chair, that it didn't seem to offer a net safety benefit. And what it's doing is it's militating against this notion from which, if you read all the letters from the DOT, they're not really focused on student safety directly. They're focused on transit operations. Now, by implication, that's a safety concern. I'm not going to dismiss that. But I think that was the consideration. And so, it's really part of the school's rationale about what can they manage based on their experience. And they felt that that was just a bridge too far, and both in terms of cost and personnel.
But this is a charter school, right? Don't the crossing guards come from the city?
We have 2 crossing guards already posited. They're allowed. So first of all, you have to request those.
Right.
Second, you may not get all of them. Third, you're only allowed a certain number by the number of students that are enrolled. And so here, the 2 would be the maximum. After that, then it starts to come out of their pocket. And so we're not just talking about crossing guards, Chair. We're talking about stewards that would bring clusters of children to and from that drop-off location to the front of the school, and a flagman that would be at the charter's cost, and potentially another safety steward at that location, which is basically what we put in front of the school. Is we deployed a program with basically a sort of a diamond-shaped configuration where you have the flagman interfacing and assuring that buses are moving and that cars are not conflicting with oncoming buses. And B, we have 2 staff members basically deputized from the school at either end of the drop-off zone to again facilitate the exit and entry of children. And then we have a coordinator at the front of the school. So the idea is to create a zone of safety, and that's one that the charter was prepared through their board to agree to that set of conditions to actively manage that frontage to both steward safely children and to prevent conflicts with oncoming vehicles. And so you'd basically have to put the same operation, and then you'd have to put like deputies in front of the school to prevent parents from dropping off. So this way we're consolidating those operations and killing 2 birds with 1 stone with the number of staff members and safety personnel from DOE.
Right. So I don't want to get into any more of the details. I hear you, but I do want to say to Mr. Ortiz that sometimes there are creative funding and solutions that have to do with sponsors, a parent sponsor, or even some type of an organization, a philanthropic organization that's concerned with student safety or with the type of school that this is, or something that you might be able to reach out to get the necessary funding to cover what you're viewing as duplicative staff for those sort of 2 hours a day, or it's not even the whole 2 hours a day, that this would be needed. So I don't want to get into it anymore, but I think you need to keep up the creativity and obviously satisfy DOT. So anything else that you wanted to add, Mr. Burrell or anybody else?
Chair, the only other note I wanted to make is the air quality mobile source analysis. Obviously, the applicant has sunk a lot of money and time into this effort. And so, we kind of held off on that because it's an expensive analysis, and it's actually something that should have been done because that garage cross seeker thresholds when that permit was afforded, and DEP has asked us to evaluate that garage operation because it exceeds 85 cars. So I wanted to let you know we weren't shirking our duty. We just didn't want to cross that bridge until we had resolved this one. So I just wanted to point that out.
Right, okay, but so as you know, we can't.
Of course.
So we have all the seeker.
Yeah, understood.
And I know that there's this preferred design concept, but we talked again about having a drive up or something like that, and we never saw that pursued. I don't know if you actually pursued that to drive onto the site. But maybe that wasn't enough, like putting parking underneath the building, something like that.
Chair, we did discuss this actually, and I think that's a novel concept, but that actually poses more problems with DOT putting a curb cut in front of the site that would cross in front of pedestrians and have entries and exits. It was, it's too tight. And I think that was a very sensible thought because it's an actual garage, but anything that has vehicles crossing the sidewalk would be a particular problem in this area.
Okay. All right, so I think that's it until, so let's go to the public.
The case that we're discussing is 2019-298 BZ, 506 West 181st Street, Manhattan. You're calling in at 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 994-6891-7275, and the passcode is 337825. And if you're in Zoom, raise your hand with the *9.
With your Zoom hand.
With your Zoom hand, *9.
Okay, no, *9 if you're on
you want to call in, speaking.
I'll
never get it right.
So for those of you, how much, so we obviously have to put this off, both for air quality and for resolving with DEP. What do we think? The estimated, yes.
Chair, the internal conversation for the applicant team was, we were hopeful that 2 months would be sufficient. I would just look to Charlie right now if that reflects his understanding.
That is what we discussed.
Okay.
All right, that includes the air quality. Or not?
Kevin, is there any, would that include air quality?
So there's two things. So if we do find a path forward with DOT, there's still the matter of a level of service analysis that's required at this point, at least on pedestrians. And that's particularly contingent on where children are arriving from, so it affects thresholds. So that's 2 months is probably infeasible, given that DOT would have to review that. So, or it would be tight. I mean, I think I would stick with that, on for resubmission, Richard. Is that? Yeah, let's go with that because we'll find out fairly soon, and that the additional analysis that needs to be done, if we get the green light, we have something that DOT agrees with, we will do it immediately.
Okay, so it's 2 months to submit, and then a hearing would be conceptually 3 weeks after that, right? Okay. All right. Good. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners.
Okay, Madam Chair, do you want to keep going or a break or what?
Let's take a break. Sorry, everybody. 10 minutes. Unfortunately, it's getting to be late. 4:50. 10 to 5, we come back. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, everyone. I think we have all the commissioners, so we can start again. Oops, am I muted? No. Okay.
We have a quorum, that's good.
We have more than a quorum. We have everybody, and we're live.
Okay. No, we're not yet.
Yeah, we are recording live on YouTube.
Oh, I thought the other thing's supposed to show. Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. Public hearing, January 12th, 2021, 2 p.m. session. The next item is new case, item number 32, 2019-173BZ, 1888701 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
And we just got the letter of no objection from the fire department.
I saw Chris Tartaglia from High Point on, but I didn't see Andrew Valari from Stonefield. Can you let him on potentially? Do you see it?
What's his last name?
Andrew Valari.
Yeah, I got him. He's on.
Let's see it.
Okay. Yes, swear us in.
Is he on?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed, Ms. Holder.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. So our traffic engineer, Andrew, and our architect, Chris, we all listened to review session comments. We got the DOT comment letter last Friday. We're meeting with them this coming Friday, and we will incorporate all of your comments into their comments after we have a discussion with them on Friday. And that is all I would like to say right now.
Okay.
Do you want anybody else to say anything, or we're?
I guess the only thing to discuss now is timing, but no, I think we need to look through all of your comments and all of their comments and then get back to you.
Okay. And submit. Okay, so then we should go to the public, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there are many people in the waiting room whose names I don't recognize. If any, Tony, go ahead, announce this case.
The case that we are discussing currently is 2019-173BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens. So if you're in the Zoom room,
please raise your Zoom.
Raise your hand.
So your Zoom hand, if you have experience with that. How do you raise your Zoom hand if you don't have experience?
Star 9.
No, Tony.
Oh, star 6.
Marker in the lower menu board that says raise hand.
Raise hand. Sorry. Yes.
So you just click on that little raise hand button in the menu board at the bottom of your screen, and you should be able to. We should be able to see you. Otherwise, it doesn't look like anyone's called in. Just read because this is a
646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 994-6891-7275, and the passcode is 337825. And once again, the case is 2019-173BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay, I don't see any hands up. Let's see. Okay, so then, Ms. Fullader, how much time do you need to submit?
Well, I think we're going to start our whole process on Friday after speaking with DOT. So I would ask Chris, how much time do you think you need? And then Andrew, do you have to redo traffic analysis based off of whatever we decide on Friday?
So I'll take that first, Elise. I would think that some of the requests that the board made for modification are substantial. I don't know if we have the firm direction yet, but I would think that within 2 weeks, we can get everybody kind of wrangled up and on board with the direction we're going to take. The layout change is certainly under consideration. We understand the request by the chair and by member Shanda. So that's pretty much our end on the plans. Andrew, I don't know if you have a turnaround time to address those questions.
Yeah, 2 weeks sounds good. We may have to do a level of service analysis, which would require us to do much more substantial traffic counts and analysis. But like you said, if the development plan changes significantly, we would have to relook at all of that. So we'll really know on Friday.
Okay, so 2 weeks to respond to all of this sounds completely unrelated to reality. So I'm sort of going to make something up unless you give me something that's more, more believable. So I'm just going to say 4 weeks, just because I can't believe you can come to all of these decisions. We told you to look at redesigning the site, right?
We can take 2 weeks off now.
Yeah. And maybe you have other things to do besides this particular project. I'm hoping you also have other projects.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
4 weeks is great, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So it needs 4 weeks. Okay. And I don't see anyone either in our room or in the waiting room who's raised their hand. So we don't have any speakers. Okay, so I'll write 4 weeks to submit. That doesn't mean that you'll have a hearing in 7 weeks, but that's the concept anyway. Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Item number 33, 2020-73BZ, 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx.
Thought I was going to have some more time. I think everyone from the team, I think Rainer is also part to talk some more about the architectural, who's in the attendee. Perfect.
Oh, okay.
I believe, is Evelyn? Yeah, everyone. Okay, everyone's here from the applicant.
Everyone's there? Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Team? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
State your name for the record and proceed.
All right, Fan Baton from Sheldon Loeb LPC for the applicant. We attended the review session and we can try to answer as many questions as we can at the hearing, but of course we will have a supplemental submission to the board to talk more in depth about certain revisions. Before we get started, I just wanted to mention that we do have a hearing tomorrow scheduled for the community board for the land use committee. I know that was a question, so we have that tomorrow evening. And I believe a vote will be taken at that point as well. Before I get started, I know Evelyn just wanted to do a little, Evelyn Hayes, who is the principal of the school, wanted to do a little quick introduction of the school. I have to share my screen for 1 second. Evelyn, do you want to speak?
Yeah. Good afternoon, I'm Evelyn Hay. I'm the principal of the South Bronx Charter School. But before I start giving you a little history about our school, I just want to give a point of reference so that you know who we are. Welcome to the South Bronx Charter School for International Cultures and the Arts. Our school. So this is our beautiful school. It houses presently K to 8th grade. We received our charter in 2005, and we have been teaching our students, educating our students for 16 years. The present, we moved in, we were in DOE space for 9 years. And then in 2014, we moved into this space, and we've been here 6 years. Since we, in 2018, we decided to change our charter to go to 8th grade. And we received it in 2018. And now we are in this building. And although I thought we could house everyone, it was really impossible. Because of that, we decided to do a middle school, a separate building for a middle school, and add a high school. I've submitted a change to my charter in November, the 1st of November, to add a high school. I have had an overwhelming response from the parents who would like us to be a K-12 school. And keeping in mind the struggles that I've been in through this building, because we decided to do a multi-purpose room. And that multi-purpose room serves as a cafeteria, a gymnasium, and a auditorium. We decided to build this beautiful 90,000 square foot building. A lot of thought has gotten into it. And one of the things that I understand that the two separate entrances at the end were because in this building, we have 3 entrances and exits. And we don't use the lobby in order to safeguard crowd control. And so we use the other 2 entrances and exits for students. And we monitor them. We have staff outside, we have security. And so we make sure that the surrounding area is very safe. Now, if you notice this building, and I'm sure many of you have seen it when you go by the Triborough, or even on the Deegan, it is right next to the Triborough and the Bruckner Expressway. And so the air quality and noise pollution was taken into consideration very seriously. And so the same thing would go with this other property on Park Avenue. I think there is a need for performance arts school, and also visual arts and gymnastics, because we're going to put all of that into one building. And we don't have it in the South Bronx. I think there are cases in the Bronx where you have a music school or an art school, but you don't have a performing arts school. I think the fact that we have been collaborating with Rosie's Theater Kids is something that we want to explore and perhaps have a satellite at our new building. So we need to do this as quickly as possible, and because I hope to be able to open August 22, and that's around the corner. And I don't know, we have presently a wait list for all the grades in the school. And since we can't expand because we don't have any space, we need to open the school as quickly as possible. Okay, Fan.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming and speaking. I do have a question. At the very beginning, you said that in your current school, you do something similar with the entrances to the school where you don't use the main lobby.
Right.
Could you explain that a little further? It's very hard.
So certain grades, the middle school is the only grade that goes through the main lobby. That's the only one in the morning. The bus children come from a side entrance, and the walkers come from the back entrance. They don't come through the main lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So wait a minute. So the bus students come through a side entrance,
mm-hmm.
and which is the other?
The walkers.
And the walkers come from the side entrance, from the back.
Right.
And the middle school, no matter how they arrive, come from the center.
Right.
Right. So why do you have all of those different approaches?
In order to eliminate crowd control, in order so that I have people at every station, at every area, making sure that children, we have to take attendance in the morning. So they're standing on the side entrance coming in. In the back, it's easier and it's a larger area where children come in to have breakfast.
Mhm.
And so the middle school, because they come in, have breakfast and go right upstairs.
Mhm. So then on this proposal, which you could see both Commissioner Shanda and I were struggling with, in this proposal, you have this little entrance for the middle school and another little entrance for the high school, and the main entrance, which is pretty glorious, you know, it's this very fancily designed building with this very beautiful lobby, is to be used for latecomers.
Right. Right. And so let me explain. So the building is divided into two areas, one the middle school and one the high school. And it's separate. I don't want the middle schoolers mingling with the high schoolers. So for me, I needed to differentiate. I didn't want them walking up the stairs together or anything like that, because that just causes other issues. You know, they're teenagers, other things happen. And so I wanted to prevent that. I mean, the fact that I'm not sure if we can move the middle school to the entrance of the high school, because the design of the building is such that it's appropriate for each group. Okay. So I heard you that the garbage and the toilet, I mean, I was surprised, but it's something that we have to deal with, because it should not be. I mean.
And Chair, this is Kevin. I will get a little bit more into the rationale as we discuss this with Ms. Hay and developing the operational plan, and just one of the other thoughts, because I predicted that you would suggest that this was reverse engineered. DOT had not reviewed that plan in advance, and Ms. Hay had indicated that this was an operational approach that allows her to control that area where students are not like wandering like free-range chickens. They go right up to their classroom. But I'll get into more of the logic on that as we get into that section, because I think there's some preliminary stuff, but it's definitely something that we had discussed in detail about whether it was beneficial or not. And it really has to do with the bifurcation of the arrival. And it was only an afterthought afterwards that said, and I pointed out to Ms. Heyman at DOT that this was potentially a solution to the sidewalk widening. This was after the fact, and they hadn't reviewed it. So there, you know, as strongly as this evidence suggests, there was no such collusion. It just happens. But I think your point is worth discussing a little bit more in terms of the breadth of the entry areas. And, you know, we discussed that with the design team to some degree, but I can maybe shed some light on that when we go through the arrival and dismissal protocol a little bit, along with some of your other comments.
Can I jump in? And I just, one thing I did not realize when I was reviewing the plan, that the classrooms, there is like a wall in between with the vestibule and the restrooms, which separates out the high school and the middle school physically. Right. I did not realize that. So now I understand when you say that there is the middle school wing and there's the high school wing.
Right.
And I see why it is difficult to switch them, because there are certain programs that you need for the high school, like the science lab and the visual lab, which you cannot accommodate on the middle school side. So that's
there are also some logistical issues in how children arrive in the volumes. There's more high school students than middle school students. And also, you know, in terms of the pedestrian arrivals, you know, the Park Avenue to 138th is a little bit shorter. And so our protocol is, and the orientation for parents and students will direct the younger student body to access the school from that direction rather than 135th. But we'll go into that, you know, in a little bit more orderly fashion. I don't know, Fan, if you wanted to kind of go through the list of comments.
Okay. Well, I seem to have the easy job with less comments. I just wanted to clarify or respond to some of the comments. The first one was for the as of right letter. I know the school did do a lot of its own research and site location search, as well as some of the sites with the broker. So that's why the letter came from the school itself instead of a broker. And I know in other applications, the format was pretty much the same regarding the criteria parameters. I think we could add a little bit more information, but we did use other letters as a template. And we can add some maps of the sites vetted as well. We could add that as a supplement.
So to me, it's pretty straightforward going forward, because you do a lot of these different school applications, that you should basically just say, this is the school, these are the things we're looking for. We're looking for purchase or a rental situation. We're looking to build, or we're looking to occupy already built space. We're looking for a certain amount of square footage. These are the types of properties we're looking at. And then give us a list of what you looked at and tell us why it's not working for you.
Yes,
but it's pretty straightforward. You know, it hasn't really changed from the beginning.
Right, no, I understand. And I thought that we did in our revised letter include more of that information, but I could review it again and just make sure that those are really added into.
Chair Otley Brown, I just did want to note what often happens in these applications is that, you know, the school goes on a search well in advance of looking for a special permit, and then they haven't collected all of this information in the standard way in which we would have a submission, and so you kind of have to go back, look at the record of collecting information. So that's one of the things that maybe frustrates providing that normal submission, but we certainly take your comments to heart. I just think this is a case where Evelyn looked diligently for years prior to determining, hey, we have to do a 7319, and she'd been down that route before, by the way, on her other school. So anyway, but that's one of the reasons why it's not always perfect.
If they could just detail that and state how this is the only property that they found that meets the programmatic needs of the school, that would be great.
I think we could, in the letter, I mean, we do mention just basics, and we could elaborate a little bit more. Sometimes it was too expensive, too small, already leased. We'll expand a little bit more in the letter.
So you did give the reasons why no, but you didn't give the reasons, things you were looking for. You just said no because it's existing construction and we would have to, and the landlord wouldn't let us add floors. But you didn't say we need a building that can handle 70,000 square feet with a floor plate of some X minimum. Of course, you could get 70,000 square foot on a 5,000 square foot lot, right? So, you know, you need to be much more specific about what the criteria are. And I just have to say, from my own experience of looking for property in other contexts over a very long time period, nothing like emails. All the real estate agents are sending you, I'm sure you're looking. The real estate agents are sending you emails saying, I have a site for you to look at, here's a location and all of that. If you did a kind of a little email search of your own email, you could pull up some of the real estate agents and some of the sites that they showed you, because not all of it was found on your completely own with, you know, Property Shark or Zillow, or even if it was shown on Zillow, perhaps you have like a little folder where you kept that stuff on your desktop. Maybe I'm asking for more way of thinking about stuff, but just saying, I know that's what I would have, like an email stack from all the agents who are.
I understand.
Okay, sorry, Stephen, can you mute, please?
Somebody has really.
This is.
Okay, there you go.
Go ahead.
Evelyn, were you?
No, I just want to say that I am the one that pushes ahead, and I run a school also. And sometimes for me, and had I been aware that I had to write all these things down, I would have. And so then when I'm confronted with, give me all the addresses that you want to see, it was a little mind-boggling, because it was like, now I gotta think back and figure this out. And it was really difficult. And yes, we had a criteria. We wanted to own, we wanted to build to our specifications. And believe it or not, property in the Bronx is very expensive, in the South Bronx. And, we had one right across the street from our present building, and he started at 10 million and then went up to 28 million. So, it was difficult. So I think I need to think back and once again and figure this out.
Okay.
This wasn't meant as a criticism for the principal of the school. So I hope you don't take it as that.
I'm just saying that for me, it was difficult to think of all the places I had seen, because I had seen a lot.
Right.
Just think of it.
The reason I was suggesting your own email search is like, maybe you remember you talked to Corcoran and you talked to, CBRE or something like that, and you just do in your email search a search for those names.
Right.
And that'll come up way back in 2017, your emails will show up, and then you're like, oh, right, that guy showed me. And it's not like we need to see every single site that you looked at, but you can say, oh, I worked with an agent from this and this.
You're right. I remember I worked with someone, Michael Smith, and he took me to a few places, and I have forgotten about him. So I just remembered today, and so I'm going to call him tomorrow and ask him.
There you go. And talking to him will remind you about the other person you talked to. Right. And you don't need to do 100 sites. This handful of sites that we looked at, and to give us an idea of how your search went. I know that you looked for years. Nobody finds property in 6 months.
Yeah.
Right?
There, you're fading in and out, and I don't know whether it's you or me that I can't hear you.
It sounds far away. It does.
Yeah, it's like comes in and then it goes out like it's far away, and I've missed a few sentences here and there.
That's Miss Hay that you can't.
No, I mean.
No, it's you. I think it's you.
The chair. It's the chair.
Yeah, it's you.
So I'm going to switch to another server or whatever it's called, Wi-Fi
Well,
source.
now she sounds okay.
Okay, but maybe it's my Wi-Fi is weak. I'm going to
But
go to
they're
another.
fading in and out.
Yeah, 1 second.
Excuse me, this is Steve Grasso from Partners for Architecture.
Okay.
Here.
Yes.
I just wanted to add a little bit. When Evelyn was searching for sites, we also played a role in searching for her as well, because we do work with a lot of other schools. Just one piece of information, sites of this size in the Bronx virtually don't exist. And even with the size of this site, which is quite large, it was quite the creative exercise to fit what we needed to fit on the first floor of everything that for the program in order for it to work. So a lot of sites kind of came and went very quickly because there was a very big criteria, which was a very large site that quite honestly didn't exist. So a lot of it passed by fairly quickly because you didn't have to do much of a zoning analysis to figure out there's no way it would work.
And we'll include that in the letter.
Yeah, and to the extent that you may have in your files, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. To the extent you might have in your files some of the records of the search and sketches that you did and things like that, you don't need to provide the sketches. Provide the information about those searches. You looked at this site, you did a little sketch. The sketch showed the building would only be 20,000 square feet, which means they could only have the 5th grade, and that would be that, right? Something, words to that effect, right?
I think the key is really in articulating the criteria that you were looking for. Like, for instance, I had to go back to the beginning of the statement to realize that when you said the site was too small, what you meant was it couldn't accommodate a building that was only 90,000 square feet.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. It's more about the format of the letter. That's really all I'm pointing out. Not so much the search itself, but the way in which you articulated what you were looking for. So that this way we could read along with you and go, okay, it's clear that one failed. It was too small because they're looking for 90,000 square feet. And on a site that's 5,000 square feet, you couldn't have a 90,000 square foot building. I agree. And so then we can just follow along with you.
and we'll revise as such. And I think one other question regarding the uses in the area. I believe Sin City has been closed since 2017 based on publicly available information. Evelyn, I believe you also confirmed that it was closed.
Right, and the site is the parking lot of Sin City.
Say again, the site is the parking lot for Sin City? Interesting. That must have been.
And the building that we're in now was a gentleman's club. It was the Golden Lady.
Okay.
I remember that case. I was here for that.
We're serving multiple municipal purposes with this building. So
yes, the phoenix keeps rising from the ashes with you guys.
Okay. I think that was it for some of the questions that I could answer. Of course, any inconsistencies in the statement of facts and findings I could revise and fix. I think I'll just defer to Kevin and Amber. I know there were a lot of questions regarding air quality, noise, traffic, and such in the school safety plan.
So Amber, why don't you handle the air and the noise, and then I'll address the chair and Commissioner Chanda's comments regarding the routes to school and the part on the sidewalk. You and I can share that discussion in terms of the chair's concerns on the west side.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just start with noise. Amber Cartalian with Equity Environmental. So we did in-field noise monitoring. One location was elevated on a lift about 16 feet off the ground. The other was at street level at a location nearest the two main sources of noise, so the rail and the Major Deegan. And then those measurements were used, and we used the elevated was run for a continuous 10-hour period. So we looked at the results of those measurements, both the ground level and the elevated, to determine the worst case period. And that was used to identify the building attenuation, so the attenuation of the facade of the building. So the reason that you're seeing a requirement for 31 and then 35 above the fifth floor level on that western facade is because as part of the noise analysis, we also did a playground noise analysis to look at, there's two separate terraces. One's an executive administrative, the other's a recess terrace. So we looked specifically at that recess terrace using standard factors for noise generated by students to determine any additional attenuation that would be required for that facade. And that gave us that 35 requirement. The 7 dBA requirement for the terrace enclosures, meaning basically the fences that enclose the outdoor terraces, that requirement was based on that worst case existing noise level reading and the seeker thresholds for what constitutes basically an acceptable general external noise exposure, which per the seeker manual is 70 dBA. So that's how that 7 dBA of attenuation was identified. We do have a submission that we're working on, both DOT and DEP comments, that provides a little bit more information regarding that analysis and the specifications for the fence. Partners for Architecture, the architect team, they are working on identifying the material for that fence. And I would just say that, it's likely that based on the specs, based on the material that they select, it's likely that it will provide above that 7 dBA requirement that's listed as basically the minimum requirement per seeker that's needed there. So that's noise, if anybody has any questions on that.
I would just like to say, imagine never mind the kids, your faculty sitting out on that little set area on a nice day, and you're trying to sort of get away from all the kids running around screaming inside, and you go out and you're sitting in a 70 dBA terrace. So in fact, the principal is sitting on it. Ms. Hay is sitting on it. I think she'd like it to be a little quieter. So as long as you're buying an material, buy a better one.
Chair, if I could respond to that. So I'm certain that Evelyn and her teachers would appreciate that. But so the one thing is they want to maintain the views, which means a transparent barrier, which is exceptionally costly to run the entire length. The other is that they want to have the transparent barrier because they have the lovely views of the New York City skyline. But I do want to reference, so 70 is loud. One of the things that we specialize is monitoring noise throughout the city. But I would state that, you can pretty much go any street in Manhattan that has outdoor cafes where people have dinner in front of very expensive restaurants, and they spend hours sitting there exposed to highway traffic well in excess of 70. So listen, we'll do the best that we can in terms of managing the costs, and Kirsten and Rainer and Stephen, we've been actively engaged in exactly this concern. And I think one of the things that will help, actually, that I think Commissioner Chanda brought up, and you mentioned, is that you would like an opaque barrier that has sound attenuating qualities along the Deegan. And that will actually certainly help with the noise exposure, even if it will partially block as that noise rises. So we actually haven't added that into our calculations at this point. So I think we'll achieve a little bit better. I would also note that since the lift was at 16 and we measured noise at that level, as you get up to that 6th floor, it's likely much, much less. And we didn't do a distance calculation. So it definitely reads worse than it is. And we're trying to balance all of these factors, but I hear you. Yeah, it's, rather than going in and getting a closet inside the someplace in the building to get some quiet. Yeah, you would probably like it to be a little bit better, but we'll work on that.
Okay. Just curious, is there such a thing as a drone that carries a noise monitor?
So we've looked at that, and the problem is operating a drone in New York City requires a series of approvals, FAA and everything. But I think there's a way that if you're under a certain distance, I think it's 100 feet flight plane, we might be able to do it. But then of course the drone produces noise. Right. So, but yeah, it's something actually we discussed internally. It's funny you mentioned
parking studies.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
So the second item that was raised outside of traffic was air quality. The Seeker technical manual requires you to evaluate mobile source emissions from surrounding emitters on roadways if it's what's considered an atypical roadway within 250 feet of the site. And atypical would mean that the roadway was elevated above grade, which the major Deegan is not. So according to that criteria, we were actually not required to evaluate air quality and perform an analysis on that.
But Chair, I could, similar to another application we did before the board in an industrial area that was actually next to an atypical roadway, we did do a canister, I can't assume a canister reading, which basically gets the spectrum of emissions that are ambient in the area. So that's something that we could do here, because I know you indicated, yeah, Seeker has their wonky analysis that's needed, but then there's some practical concerns, and it's not an expensive thing. So Evelyn, I think maybe that would help with the community board, but it also maybe allay any concerns that you have. And one of the things that's important to note in terms of highway traffic is that actually, the types of emissions that used to lead to New York City being a non-attainment air quality area have just dropped dramatically. Even though we might have a ton of carbon in the air, the normal types of carbon monoxide emissions and those sort of things are dramatically less. And then the other positive thing about this area, even though it is a little ugly, there are no emission sources related to what you would find in a lot of like chop shops and that sort of thing that you would find where there's spray paint booths and everything. So it's a fairly benign yet transitioning area, but I do, we certainly could provide, canister results very easily that shows the spectrum, and I don't think it's going to show an impact, but as far as the due diligence related to the board, I think it would probably put anybody's concerns in that regard to bed.
That's good. But I don't know if you were involved or knew about, but we had another one of these 7319s with a school in Brooklyn where there were no permits, I believe, issued for the use that was creating NO2 levels at 400% time over the allowable. I don't know if that was your case.
No, but I know what you're talking about. So when we do industrial screening and this Amber, it's in our analysis, and generally on modern applications with DEP, they're incredibly tight. So we don't just look at permitted uses. Right now, we're actually looking at a use that wasn't permitted in the area and doing the earth analysis. So we actually have to walk the entire area. We do that DEP permit search first for any possible industrial source. Then we actually go out in the field and we survey anything within range, determine if there's, an unpermitted use, somebody's, like I said, a spray booth is very common, a woodworking facility, that sort of thing, often common in M1 zones. So any of that type of analysis, we absolutely will cover. It's for both unpermitted and permitted uses, within 400 feet and 1,000, right, for large source. Amber, go ahead, sorry.
Right.
I just wanted to add that, as part of the air quality analysis, there was two facilities that were identified. I believe both of them were permitted, and we did do an air quality analysis for that is currently under review with DEP.
And Amber, we found no other,
no unpermitted sources. Yeah, so DEP will have reviewed all of that for air quality.
Okay.
And then before we get into the school safety plan, I just wanted to make a general comment because I heard both from Commissioner Shanda and you, Madam Chair, that you wanted more specifications added onto the actual architectural plans related to the Jersey barrier and the sidewalk improvements. We're working, actually, we had crossed wires with DOT, so we had made a submission and then we received their letter 2 days after. So we actually held off on sending that to them so that we could get everything in order to submit without confusing the record. So we're actually working on that. And as part of that, we do have a full sidewalk schematic, auto turn analysis showing the turning movements with those sidewalk improvements, as well as more detail related to the fence. And I just wanted to point out as well, I think Commissioner Shanda, you had raised this point about while nothing was identified as a high crash location, that there's a couple of intersections of concern, specifically East 135th Street and 3rd Avenue, 138th and 3rd Avenue. I just wanted to say that those two intersections, we're currently working on evaluating safety improvements for the 3rd Avenue and 135th Street, and DOT actually has improvements planned for 138th Street and 3rd Avenue that they had requested be evaluated as part of this environmental assessment, and that was done, so there will be improvements there. And in terms of, and Kevin will get more into this, but in terms of Park Avenue and 138th Street, that is one of the intersections where a crossing guard would be requested. So I just wanted to.
And let me follow up while you're on that, because this is something, of course, that we paid very close attention to, because those are the three cardinal intersections that form the access points into the site. And so it should be noted that both 138th and 3rd, which is a beautifully designed intersection, and basically we're filling out their markups for where they basically were doing complete streets, right? They were narrowing the amount of pavement. So that intersection is really well designed, and a lot of the crashes that you see in the data occurred before the deployment of those improvements. And so the idea is that we're basically just the areas where they have markup and colorized pavements, we're filling in the curb there. So that intersection, and this is all part of accommodating the rezoning that was done here, which really has been transitioning the area. And then the other area I wanted to note was 138 and Park. Also, a very well-designed, modern tactile ADA ramps, a mid-block, a mid crossing median as well. So that's also like been fully designed. And I will note that there's a ton of students that walk down this corridor already as children go to the subway. So there's a lot of pedestrian, I won't call it a lot, but there's activity there that are children. And then the other location that, you know, we took it upon ourselves and discussed with DOT about improving is that crosswalk at 135 and 3rd, where we're talking about putting high visibility crosswalk and maybe discussing bulb outs there as well. So, you know, from an access standpoint, like 3/4 of the battle is put there. So I just wanted to know a lot of improvements were made, and it, you know, it's in pretty good shape, and we're working like basically, Chair, as you indicated, we actually were working on this application before we brought it to the board with DOT. So it's something that we very, very mindful of doing before we cross the Rubicon on a 7319 nowadays. So Amber, is there anything else that you wanted to go into before I? So
No, I think that's it for me.
yeah, so how I wanted to handle the discussions, you know, so I know I provided like an incredibly detailed and a lot of words and a lot of graphics in the school safety plan, because I wanted the board to understand the layers of the onion that we went through, from the big picture to the small. And the major question I'd like to start with, Chair, before we get to directly in front of the school and the sidewalk across the street and mid-block crossings and that sort of thing, I wanted to address Commissioner Chanda's, her desire to understand how we got to our assumptions related to the volumes of students walking down, you know, accessing the site. I think, Commissioner, that was a thing that you wanted to understand as a base, because obviously the house of cards starts there, right? So the first thing is it's based off of the level 2 assignment from the traffic study. So one of the things, we've already had this vetted and it's been approved, and that then serves as the basis to do the level of service analysis. And so you guys understand the level of detail. There's literally like 10 vehicular intersections that we're almost complete with the traffic analysis now. It's still pending. That side you're going to see in the coming weeks. And then pedestrian analysis on a bunch of different intersections, as well as warrant analyses. So, so Vice Chair, that there's a whole backdrop in the EA to our assumptions on how students are getting there, and they're basically based off of, and I, you know, you can kind of reference the steps in the safety plan, where if you look at the land use context map on page 11 of the PDF, you have the residential area to the west of the site, right? And then you have 2 transit locations. There's one that is west of Park Avenue. So east of the site is the major residential neighborhood in this area. That's where you're gonna have a lot of walkers. Then the 2 other walking zones are coming from the transit stop on the other side of Park, underneath the overpass of Park Avenue and 138th. So that's the 138th Street Grand Concourse Station is there. Then there's the 3rd Avenue 138th Street Station that's west of 3rd on Park Avenue. And so those are basically your cardinal arrival points. Stuff coming from the north, there are actually a lot of schools along Canal Place and Ryder Avenue to the north of 138th. And then there's, you know, some residential development south of the Deegan, but it's still sort of emerging. So most of the routes, you know, you in terms of pedestrians, you arrive at that corner of 3rd Avenue, 138th. And I think if you refer to some of the arrival maps that I prepared, there's a combination of 2 things here that you know, informed our assignment of pedestrian trips. One is, we know the residential folks, the vast majority of pedestrians are coming from the neighborhood west of Graham Triangle, and, you know, so sorry, I keep on saying that, east of Graham Triangle, east of 3rd. And so they're going to come to that intersection at 3rd and Park Avenue, and they have a choice to make. Do I make a left and then go down 131st, 5th, or do I keep on going straight down? And the distances are about the same. It's actually a little bit more distance down to 135th. And so we assign the bulk of those trips coming from the north. And so this is page 28 of the PDF that kind of shows how middle school students are coming. So the logic is fairly easy, but do bear in mind, and I'm sure you understand because you had years doing seeker, like when you go and do assignment, it's kind of an understanding of the area. You know, we use journey to work and reverse journey to work data and that sort of thing, but we really use population density. And all of this is in the backup to the assignment in the seeker analysis that DOT has basically signed off and said, okay, you know, you can only engineer and predict movements to such degree. And that's one thing that we acknowledge in the school safety plan is there's going to be constant continual improvement in monitoring, right? So if we have to move safety personnel, crossing guards that we allocated to the corridor, that would be adjusted. But also, and this goes back to something Ms. Heyman at School Safety has, you know, reiterated to us for years. You know, you have to plan for everything. But at the same time, there's a certain logic to the site access here where we don't think children will be going everywhere. So this idea of children going down Canal Street West or Canal Place or Ryder Avenue or 137th Street or 136th Street, you know, those don't get you directly to the site. We do know that high school, you know, here we don't have as much of a concern because these are not small children, but it should be noted that we have crossing guards placed at Canal Place. We have a crossing guard at 135th and 3rd, and we have crossing guard at Park Avenue and 138th. So the idea is that they will be directing and stewarding children on these routes, and we will have, I think I identified it as a monthly check before school and after school to make sure that children are not accessing these routes, and that we will have there will be a formal, you know, beginning of the year and second half of the year orientation, basically using those results. And I know best laid plans, but the one thing about this is the quickest routes to the school are the avenues that we've indicated. There are certain side roads. We reviewed these with DOT. They agreed that they weren't particularly logical routes. Yes, they may have an average, you know, somebody wandering down Canal Street to neck with their girlfriend. There's only so much you can do about that. But we believe that from a processing standpoint and a curb management standpoint, from a safety protocol, that these are the key routes based off of transit access and population density related to residential. But I'm happy to address more questions. So now when we get down to some specific questions, Chair, your concern about the west sidewalk, particularly as students come from both the BX 33 line and from the 138th Street rail station underneath the overpass. So I do acknowledge that a right turn there is certainly one of the things that Amber and I have sort of discussed with DOT is like, do we even need this sidewalk here? You know, if we need to accommodate more space to make the sidewalk wider, that's something we can look into. But they specifically asked us to improve and enhance that sidewalk. So we sort of foreclosed that option of closing it. So the second thing is, okay, do we need a crossing guard there? And so we have a crossing guard right now controlling the whole intersection. If you go to the safety plan, let's see what page it is, so many graphics. So it was referred to as intersection 10. We have a crossing guard located there. If you go into the Zoom view on page 41 of the PDF, so they have a line of sight to all of these, and they would be directed to have students not cross, not make that right turn down Park Avenue. So I don't know if you can pull this or if you want me to share my screen, but we have it.
You might want to share the screen because I don't know if everyone else.
Yeah, it might be easier. Okay. So, let's see. Can you see it?
Yeah, make that bigger on your own screen.
You got it, yeah.
There you go. Good.
So the crossing guard would be positioned here, as that's basically the major area for the most students. And so they have a line of sight of this turn under here. And, you know, I felt it was too cumbersome to put 2 crossing guards there to control that, just to handle that movement. Now, I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but the idea is that we would, you know, so we would be controlling it here with the crossing guard, but also to stop mid-block crossings. If you let me go to the actual safety plan view. So we have 2 staff members and a central staff member. Like, they're going to be watching this, you know, in terms of arrivals, and you know, and that's why we have 2. You know, why we have a person watching the vehicular area, and we also have a direct entry person and an overall steward, is to make sure that those mid-block crossings are not done. You know, if this was not such an important exit point for there's not a lot of traffic that goes down here, I'll say that, but there is truck traffic, and so putting a speed table or textured pavement, which you would deploy in a lot of other areas so that you could secure arrival here. You know, here we can't really do that because we don't want to encourage that. So I think the idea is we're trying to control both ends here, you know, to block those, and, you know, what to demerit, put a child in detention or whatever for repeatedly doing that. I don't know, but the idea is we have staff here to control that, and that we're trying to stop that from happening before it starts with having the crossing guard at that corner. So that's one measure. Go ahead, Chair.
Which way does the traffic flow? North?
Yeah, so it's one way heading out to 138th.
138. So my question is, what about a stop sign at some point close to the school? So and striping, so not a crossing guard, but at least a stop sign.
I would just say that if you were to evaluate that for a stop warrant, it's likely based on the volumes of traffic, because you consider, I think what goes into that analysis is the speed, volume of vehicles. I don't think that it would warrant a stop sign, meaning that they would have to file, then if you're going to consider it an uncontrolled crossing, they would have to file for an enhanced crosswalk that would then have no control. So I don't think that would be
You're
feasible,
talking about
then that encourages.
somewhere around here. Yeah, I mean, I think here would be my logistical concern, Chair, is that if you would have to be up here, but one, it would stop the processing of vehicles, which obviously is the idea, right? But you want people to move out of the no standing zone, expeditiously, and you also don't want to cause backup on traffic on Park Avenue as well. Listen, we can certainly discuss this concept, with DOT, but as Amber indicated, there's like certain thresholds, that
they're not going to meet the thresholds to warrant a stop sign here. So
they wouldn't meet their thresholds. And I think insofar, obviously this is a discussion that we've had with school safety. Their concern more in that area, and I think with the crossing guard, is that that we're preventing children from walking on the opposite side of the street as they depart. But I don't think she wanted to deploy any particular physical mechanism for that. We would have heard it from the beginning. So I'm not sure. I think that idea is solid, but I think from processing a traffic standpoint, it might cause more problems than it solves. So,
what is the criteria for that proposed stop sign? Is it just related to volume, or it's related to something else?
So it's two things.
Volume, the speed of vehicles, and then also, I believe, Kevin, and
The
maybe
distance.
crashes.
The distance of the crossing area.
If it's volume,
same time, so I didn't understand anything, and the record won't understand anything. So one person, please answer that question, okay? What are the criteria?
Amber, go ahead.
So it's my understanding for a stop warrant analysis, it considers the volume of vehicles, the speed at which the vehicles are moving, and I believe also the number of crashes that occur at that location.
But isn't the speed is the speed? This is the city speed, so it's not a variant element here. And when it comes to volume, do you mean that there is like a minimum volume that should exist in order for them to? And could it be possible that you consider the future volume in the area, like you do some analysis now, or maybe some measurements? I don't know what they're going to be accepting, but you consider a projection for the future increase in that volume because of the presence of the new school.
You would consider that. You would consider the future volumes related to surrounding projects, as well as the future volumes related to the proposed school. Just based on what I've seen in my experience on these, even with that, the volumes wouldn't surpass what would be warranted to installing a stop control.
Commissioner Chetta, let me follow up with that. So it not only involves vehicular volumes, it involves pedestrian volumes. And insofar as there are only 100 students at the AM period during the segmented arrival that we have that would actually be going down Park Avenue. And there are only a handful of students that are actually coming from that west side, no more than 10. Most of them are coming the other direction based off of the assignment and transit assumptions in terms of, our where we know the catchment areas for the students. So it certainly would not arise to the combination of vehicular traffic with pedestrians to meet that threshold. And then otherwise, it would have to be subject to a special request. And then, as I said, a stop sign there. During the AM period, a traditional stop sign would affect a blocking and a delay in the constant arrival and departure of vehicles. So if you have 20 vehicles over that period and they're stopping and then starting, and there's traffic behind queuing, that poses to me a greater concern to pedestrians. Like I said, there's not a lot of traffic, but it does back up because there are trucks every now and then that pull down here. And so if there was a stop sign, it would potentially delay that. So the proposal is problematic for those reasons, but I'm happy to, follow up with other comments in that. And if you so desire to have DOT weigh in on that option, because the other concepts that I've seen deployed in other areas of flashing school sign, which doesn't necessarily indicate a stop, but it indicates a caution, right, as cars approach, and that sign is activated by the movement of vehicles, right? So it starts flashing, they know they need to slow down, and maybe that's a prophylactic safety measure that wouldn't necessarily hinder traffic. It would be low cost, and it would highlight the fact that there's, even if it's not intended, that students are crossing, parents are loading and unloading. So be happy to look into that option.
Yes, I would appreciate you doing that, because as I look at this drawing and I see the traffic coming from, what's it doing? It's coming from Canal. It's a blind curve. So a truck coming down, not realizing, and don't forget, trucks aren't necessarily regulars to the neighborhood. They're delivering from wherever they're from, right? So they're not necessarily familiar that there's a school right here. So there needs to be something to alert them not to travel down at their normal clip once they get past Canal Street.
Good point.
Maybe I'm thinking maybe if a stop sign option doesn't fly, maybe a speed limiting sign might be like a good option for a spot like that, because like the chair said, this is a curved roadway, and I'm not sure about the sight distance if somebody's driving at the normal speed, and this is a school zone. I'm not sure whether this is going to be like an accident attracting spot or not.
Well, so these are good points, and that's actually one of the reasons from a sighting standpoint that we put the entries where they were, is that you have visibility before the curve starts. So you curve from 135th to Park, there's a line of sight issue there, you know, as you start to encounter the school no standing zone. And so, you know, there's visibility as you turn off Canal Street. You know, it's still straight for a little while. Then there's a curvature. I'm not exactly sure. So if we're talking about traffic calming, and that's what a speed table or a speed bump. So that is certainly something that I'm happy to discuss with DOT. But as I'm sure a lot of you know, there are very few of those deployed throughout New York City and in any neighborhood, because it, particularly in an area with an M11 where there are multi-axle trucks, it's a problem. So, but listen, we all take this to heart, and I think this is a good discussion to broach. Let's see if we can come up with something that alerts the driver, particularly during arrival and departure hours, and then signals to slow down and is actuated by vehicles moving. I think that along with the personnel measures we've deployed is something that's passive, but that's something that people see, you know, that if like a speed table or a speed bump, and I take personal responsibility, you know, a lot of people just hop their cars right over those things, and those can cause more problems than they solve in some cases. But we'll look at this further.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I think most of the
I have a question, and that is based on the aerial map. The divider that terminates from Major Deegan onto Park Avenue.
Yes.
I was trying to understand from the aerial, the structural integrity. I mean, is it fully built up, or is it kind of broken up, or does that
the Jersey
corner...
barrier? So let's all talk about this, because this is something we have to resolve jurisdictionally between state and New York City DOT. And the fact is, we are probably that's absolutely not going to be able to mount a fence on something that's structurally unsound. So it is likely you know, and I'll have to discuss it with Fayenne, but that we will be requesting something like a restrictive declaration that that a barrier needs to be put in place, approved by the appropriate agency, that conforms to the criteria running from X to Z at such height. And I noted that you run that back to the slope, you know, which I agree with, to sort of run up against the wall and then run it up to the edge of the MTA structure. So our concept on this is, it's going to take more work. It's going to be subject to criteria from state DOT. State DOT is running like pudding right now in terms of speed and reviews. And so what we will likely do is have it be subject to DOT, New York City DOT, New York State DOT approval. And I'm assuming it will require both, because New York State DOT is not going to want a New York City approved barrier falling into oncoming traffic and state right of way. So our intent is to work that out during construction, and we will certainly be mindful of, and I think it has to be independently you know, founded. You know, maybe the supports go through the Jersey barrier or replace sections of the Jersey barrier, but I don't believe that we can use the Jersey barrier. I don't think it's substantial enough to hold the load with wind forces on it. So we certainly will be, you know, going into that as a separate matter entirely. But I think the idea is we want to define all the parameters that satisfies the board and the school in terms of deploying that, and the constructability and the finish will be subject to extensive standards from those agencies. Let's see. So just quickly to tie up the knot on the high crash intersections that Amber indicated. One of the reasons why we located crossing guards is even those don't pass the thresholds, and they're actually not close. There have been accidents there. And that's one of the reasons why we have the crossing guard. That's one of the reasons why we're deploying the thermoplastic striping. And that's one of the reasons why we're fulfilling this intersection. And we believe with both personnel deployed and the completion of those intersections that they will be as safe as possible. So, and that's still subject to DOT review, Vice Chair.
Okay.
I think anything else, unless somebody had something pressing, we can respond authoritatively or as much as such can be in a notice. And I think there were other architectural questions. Obviously, the 5-foot concern.
Yes.
I have one question, and that is there is a taxi depot between Canal Street West and Canal Place. If you could just in your document indicate what are they have this typical 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. are like the time when the taxis are doing this change of guard. So, and I know I don't think that conflict with the school thing, but if you could just kind of clarify that as part of the whole narrative.
We will definitely. So we have 24-hour cameras that we ran for 2 days that has kind of the characteristics, and I've been out to the site at least a half a dozen times. So this location is much more stagnant. This one only has one exit, but and it's also being subject to redevelopment, but absolutely we will document the utilization of this and other, as it's coming out of the traffic analysis. We will specifically address traffic generators so that you understand and the community board understands how, whether there is a potential operational conflict with these uses.
Okay. So I did have questions about the architecture. Are you going to handle that, or the architecture?
No, we got an amazing design team.
Evan, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I think Kirsten
sorry, a second.
will be addressing 2 of the questions. She on? Okay, there we go. Is Kirsten still on? Oh, there she is. Kirsten, do you want to just talk about the materials as well? And the flood zone questions?
Well, actually, could we go to materials of just one thing? I actually wanted to talk more first because I think it's a bigger issue. Is this question of the layout and the setback and the size of the entrances that are being proposed for the high school and the middle school? I'm finding this quite confusing. I guess I get the idea that you break up the entrance for the high school and the middle school, but I don't get that you deliver the high school students to the toilet and the middle school student, or the other way around, to the trash, and the middle school students to the toilet entrance, right? That, in other words, arriving at school is supposed to be a moment, something you celebrate. And this is the opposite of a moment. This is treating you like, really, today it's another bad day, right? So architecture is supposed to celebrate circulation and arrival. It's like architecture, the first day of school, you do an arrival study, right?
I think they need to explain. I can hear it too.
Sure. I mean, this is Steve Grosso, Partners for Architecture. We're the architects of record. There is as you see, there is a rather ceremonious, nice entry to the building, which in working with Evelyn and understanding her program and her needs, just simply doesn't function for what getting students in and out of the building securely and safely and attended to. It just doesn't work. So that's the reason why they were put off to the sides. I know they're not glamorous, but this is unfortunately a functional need that really needs to, it's a given. We worked with Evelyn. It's not something that, go ahead.
No, sorry.
I think
client says to you, I need some side entrances for the middle school and for the high school, and I need a glamorous entrance for the times that we're having performances and so on, because I need the parents and the people who come from these other potential sources to be really impressed with my school on arrival, right? But that's not an instruction to throw the high school students up the fire stairs and the middle school students up the fire stairs. That's an instruction to create 2 other entrances that celebrate entrance. So I just have to say, you know, we have seen, this is something that I have to bring up. We have seen some schools that with 0 designers involved. I mean, the people who are so-called designing the buildings are actually renovating existing buildings. They're not architects. They throw the kids up the fire stair and they don't care about the aesthetics at all, right? And that's a message that the kids get, that architecture is not important to life. And so if I get thrown up the fire stair and then I'm in high school, right? I might become an architect someday, but maybe not if I get thrown up the fire stair. And when I walk to the 2nd floor, which is, no, more than the 2nd floor, I walk to the 3rd floor, which is a hike. Okay, I understand that that's what we're supposed to be doing. Where do I end up? I end up in a skinny corridor opposite the robotics lab, the graphics studio, and a classroom. And it's not until I finally walk, I don't know how much that is, that I come into this still tight space where I get filtered into the classrooms, right? There's no point of celebrating arrival. I don't get that. That's not good architecture. I'm upset with that, right? Especially because when I look at that central arrival vestibule, where the building obviously was designed for where the kids are supposed to have gone, and then it got changed in somehow or other, the central vestibule at the 3rd floor is very nice. You arrive there, there's the elevator on one side, the doors open left to right, there's breathing room for all the students who are arriving. Hundreds of students are arriving at the same time, you know, up the fire stairs into that skinny corridor. So I just have to say, it's not worked out, and that needs to be worked out. And I get that you need separate entrances, which is one reason why I said, why not have the middle school go up stair A, because that's a nice staircase with a nice vestibule, all that stuff, at the area of the sidewalk where it's wide already and maybe could be a little bit widened. And instead of having them being thrown up the fire stairs past the toilet rooms and, you know, into, right? So that's what I have to say about that. And Ms. Hay, if you need further help with this.
No, and I think it's something that Steve is pretty flexible, and he and I sometimes I bring things to his attention, just like you have now, and we talk about it and we figure it out, because for me, aesthetic is the most important for kids. I mean, our kids love our environment. They don't touch it, they protect it, and they love coming to school. And the same thing has to happen in this building. I mean, I understand perfectly what you're saying, and that will be addressed. We will come up with something so that those entrances are a little different. However, even in the entrance here, the kids don't come into the lobby. They come to the side, they go upstairs, they go to class, but eventually they come, because in that lobby, you have the theater, you have their student lounge, and you have their gym. So they will have access to that area, except that, it's crowd controlled. When you are a principal, you want to make sure that children are going up safely. You have people on every floor making sure that traffic is going up and that they go to class. Then during the day, there's that mix. Then they move downstairs, they come down, they use all the amenities in the building.
So I agree with you. I understand. And so I just want to finish with, there's room to do this in. I look at the student lounge, it has room to sort of breathe the entrance to the high school. And I look at, to Commissioner Shanda's point, when we were talking about widening the sidewalk around the entrance for the middle school, that those locker rooms could be moved upstairs. And I get that the toilets have to be at the same level as the theater, because obviously you'll have theater users, but you could move all of that down, widen the sidewalk. And so maybe the sidewalk sort of does these dips, and therefore it gives you breathing room to have a real entrance for the middle school, and just not throwing them up the fire stairs. So that's what I.
Well, if I could just.
Yes.
Beautiful too, because believe it or not, even if it's a fire, like you say, a fire escape staircase, we make things beautiful that they don't look like you would normally see someplace else. I mean, our staircases are filled with artwork. I mean,
a fire stair is not allowed to have artwork in it. It's a fire egress. You can paint the walls, but you can't hang anything.
Yeah, but we can paint the walls with designs and make it beautiful. I mean, there's always a way of figuring it out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would just add a couple of things. One is that in order to have the controlled entrances Evelyn is looking for, due to real estate requires, size, there's no way we could have a separate entrance, completely separate and controlled, that isn't the fire stair. There just simply isn't enough square footage.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said.
We could change the entry. We could look at that. And listen, I'm not arguing. Listen, in any of these communications, you always end up with a better result. And as architects, I like to believe we'll listen to everyone, and we're going to react to it, and we're going to come up with something as what I believe is beautiful as the building it is. The second point I would just like to make is, I believe any child coming to this school is going to have a great appreciation for architecture by physically coming to this building. I just had to make that note, sorry.
I'm hoping that too, but not because of the fire stair. But I also have a question about the security. So you have the security booth at the main. How do you deal with the security for the high school and the middle school students who arrive?
We're going to have people that are going to be at different points, even outside. So we're going to have more than one security. Usually in this building, we have 2 securities.
But you don't have like a security booth or something. Do the students have to show a card? Like what allows students to come in?
There's this is Kevin. I'm sorry, Evelyn. So in the operations plan, there are 2 stewards at both entries with school personnel. They're not necessarily, a safety person. They're a greeter. And then, as noted, there is a security person. And if Evelyn indicates there's 2, the safety plan also shows a security person present as well that would be roaming the frontage. So there are people that would be checking or that would know the students for each one of the school entries.
So the high school students don't have like key cards or something like
that? So they'll swipe their cards when they come in for attendance.
Where?
Well, we'll have something on the side that they can, just like we have it here. When you're walking in, you swipe your card and you can walk in.
You swipe it on the door, or you swipe it at a turn?
A little something that's on the wall.
On the wall, and releases the door.
Yes.
Earlier, you stated that you wanted to separate the middle school students from the high school students. And I appreciate that, but what other steps are, with regard to security, what other steps are being taken to separate them?
What do you mean?
So you stated that they had different entrances and that their timing, but can the high schoolers get to the middle schoolers?
Because they're 2 separate. There's a hallway in between the 2. The doors are, they don't have access. They have to buzz themselves in.
They have to buzz themselves in.
So they don't have access.
So that vestibule, what you're saying is for the latecomers, because those are the only ones who have the delight of coming in through the.
And then
they have to swipe to go left or right in that vestibule on the upper floors. Is that?
What was that?
So on your 3rd floor, which is your first classroom floor.
Right.
If I'm a latecomer, I'm a high school student who arrives late. I'm always late. And the reason I'm late, by the way, is because I want to go in through the main lobby. I'm not going up the fire stairs. So forevermore, I'm the late kid and I'm willing to deal with the consequences, okay? So that way I get to come up to the 3rd floor where there's this really nice vestibule. And so if I wanted to go into the middle school, my card won't let open.
Go in, yeah.
Okay, okay,
Go into the middle school.
okay. Yeah, Commissioner Shanta.
You know, as Ms. Hay was talking about staircase being art, I can definitely say that as someone who has seen some of those amazing affordable housing, there's one, I think it's called Sonata, or it's called Fitzgerald, or it's Ella, any one of them. It's basically dedicated to Ella Fitzgerald. So this house, it's an affordable housing house, and the staircase, it's beautifully designed, and it has all the musical notes, and it's activated, motion activated. So when you enter the staircase, it starts playing a note from one of Ella Fitzgerald's songs, and you keep going down the stairs. It continues on until it stops. So there are, it was beautiful, and also the musical notes are kind of running up and down the stairs, and I don't follow Western music notes, but it was beautiful. It became a work of art. So I can see those being carried through and making a stair interesting and playful at the same time.
I can see that too.
Well, see, you guys are excited about this as we are, right? It's this amazing thing that's going to come to the South Bronx. So, you know, we feel the love. So, you know.
I have seen this building that you are currently occupying, and I've always wanted to know who designed it. And I'm glad to see that I'm working with the principal behind that. So
And the architect.
And the architect.
Yeah.
And you can always come and visit. I mean, you just, show up and we'll give you a tour.
Okay, thank you. All right, so so we also wanted to talk about the 5-foot setback, that you're going to look at that because it's very tight on the sidewalk, right? And so we talked about some solutions for that.
Yeah, Stephen, you want to mull over that, or you?
You don't have to mull it.
Yeah.
Just mull it once you get back to the.
Yeah, we looked at it. We responded a little bit to it. We're going to look at it again, take a harder look, and respond to it more directly.
Okay.
Or more again, I should say.
Yes, good. Respond with active pencil on paper, conceptually. Okay.
You got it.
All right. Anything else that we looked at that you wanted to cover?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh yeah.
You spoke a little bit about the flood elevation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give a little history to the project. Originally, this building was a story less than you now see. We had a lot of spaces down in the cellar, studios and the sort that didn't really need light. There was about 11,000 square feet of school program space in the cellar. In looking at the site, and I know it's not in a flood zone, but we realized that it was very close to a flood zone. We also got some information back that the water table was high. So at a very late point, quite honestly, we redesigned the entire building to eliminate 90% of what is now the cellar. And we moved and we raised an additional floor for exactly that concern, for the school to be much more sustainable in any flood event. I know it's not perfect. It's not 2 feet above the floodplain, but it's the best we could do. And if we raised it any more, we're talking about ramps entering the building and things of that. So we felt like we were making a very good compromise to make the building much more sound moving forward into this.
Okay. So I appreciate that. So I do want to point out, I think it's the 181st Street building. Others correct me if I'm wrong. That building is also a school, 181st between Audubon and Amsterdam, which you heard earlier and Kevin is working on, Mr. Williams is working on. That one, I believe, is the one where they actually are treating it as sort of a split level because they have that same issue, right? Is that the one or is it a different one?
I don't think that one has flood issues.
Oh, it's not that, because that one's high, right? That's,
Yeah, yeah.
we have another school where it's kind of treated as a split level, where, do you remember which one it is, Commissioner Shonda? Or maybe, does anybody?
For variance?
Yeah.
104th Street.
First Avenue, is that the
Yeah,
one?
104th.
First
104th.
Avenue?
144th?
Yeah,
104th,
yeah, that's the one.
high school there, yeah.
Okay.
For variance.
So that one has an interesting way of dealing with the floodplain. You have exactly the same situation. They're just at design flood, and to be safe, they raised a portion and dropped another, or they raised a portion. So they do actually have to do with some level changes, but they looked at it as a way to potentially avoid some of the dangers of potential flood, and at the same time not raise the entire building. Anyway, it's
I think for that, they're actually located within the flood zone for that.
They are, yeah.
Oh, they are? They're actually in the flood zone? Okay.
104th Street.
But they didn't they didn't raise the entire floor.
Right, I think they were dry flood proofing for that one.
Okay, so then they were doing half. Okay. Anyway, I thought it was.
I'm just curious, how deep, just, this is not, has nothing to do with the application, but how deep is the groundwater at that site? Do you have
The
any idea?
groundwater- Yes, the groundwater is about, it's about 5 to 6 feet below grade.
And
So
this
if
is,
we
this
had
is
any-
based on what?
This is based on geotechnical surveys.
Are you sure?
Can I explain why? Can I explain why? That used to be in many years ago. It was the man-made canal where they would transport barges to deliver merchandise, and so after a while, it was a lot of odor. So they decided to build a street over it.
Yeah, on the deep,
Isn't this the site up there?
Excuse
Yes.
me? Mhm.
Isn't this the site up there?
Yes.
Do you see this? This is easy 8 feet, right?
Yeah.
But
you have groundwater at 5 up there. This should be a swimming pool.
No, it's the angle you're at. The grade of the highway and the grade of that floor are not 8 feet apart.
It's about 4.
I've been to the site. I did visit the site. Look, this has nothing to do with the application, like I said. But if you have a geotech that told you that groundwater is 8 feet deep, be careful about the bearing capacity and the structural stuff. Groundwater might not be that like the big deal here, but count your fingers. I just wanted to raise that red flag, like usual.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like 5 or 6 feet based on boring. So to go against that, I'm not sure how one would
It might be just an illusion. It might be just pushed water. That's some water that's trapped at some spot. It depends on how many borings you got that. It might be an error with the driller. The driller is not an experienced guy, but I would suggest that you do a test pit. Send an excavator, have it open like excavate like a pit, like 10 by 10. The reason I'm telling this is 2 things. Number 1, this is a school. Safety is a big issue here for the students. And number 2, even cost-wise, I don't want you go with an erroneous groundwater table and budget for 10 while you could spend 5. If you save something, that's much better for your school. So
sorry, I appreciate all that. Just give you a little more information. I believe there were 11, possibly 12 borings taken at the site. And what did it for us was not only the groundwater table, but also the resiliency of the building moving forward with the flood elevation. We didn't feel like we were kind of always in a precarious place, even though we're not in the flood elevation. So between what we found in the 12 borings at the geotech, on top of the fact that we're
Or Jenny.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. That combined with the elevation and the floodplain, we decided that the building would be much more resilient moving forward to get everything as much as we could below that level, below the flood
This is
level.
not a requirement, but you might be helping me learn something new. If there is a site with groundwater elevation that's 5 feet deep and it has something lower next to it, like it's almost 10 feet lower and water is not seeping, I might be learning something. If you send me that geotech, I would appreciate that. Again, this is not a requirement. It's just for my learning purposes, and I appreciate it. I don't want to waste.
You're
I don't
absolutely
want to
welcome.
waste any more time.
Okay, all right.
You're absolutely welcome to it. I'd be happy to get it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, yeah, so and then my other concern was about materials.
Stephen or Kirsten?
Kirsten, did you want to speak about that, Kirsten?
Commissioner Shadow, we still see your screen.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
Kirsten, you're on mute. Well, no, it's not. Your audio isn't.
No, you may need to call in or you need to up your speaker, your mic. So you may need to call in. I don't know if you've spoken already. We can't hear you. So why don't
we might be able to speak for the.
Yeah, well, the question was regarding the synthetic stucco.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So this is not I know you mentioned that any exterior insulation this is a synthetic stucco and it's not cementitious, although its base is cementitious. It has synthetic stucco, which is on the building currently that on Evelyn's building now. It's a synthetic stucco with Roxol and rigid insulation, a very healthy building system, and it is not an EFIS system. Just if that was, I believe that was the question. I want to understand a little more about what you were looking for.
That's the thing is we unfortunately see a lot of applications of extremely cheaply designed buildings where they often fall back on EFIS. And there's so many different kinds of EFIS, but the typical approach is to use sort of the cheapest version of it. So kind of way back when I started working on this, and I used to be at the Landmarks Commission, so I also had the attitude then that EFIS was just anything applied to an exterior insulation system, not okay, because of the durability of the material. And without looking at this more, it's looking like EFIS to me, because I see continuous rigid foam. I see, what's the second? I can't read all the layers. I see a rain screen on top of it, which really is just, what's the rain screen material?
That's
integrated rain screen lath perspex.
Yeah, what's
that? Oh,
what is
3 3/4 insulated panel perspex armor wall.
Tony, I can read it. I just don't know what is the material that is the rain screen, because to me it looks like you've got a foam insulation basically, to which is added this cementitious stucco. And so what I'd like to know, because that's why EFIS is such a difficult material, is when someone needs to fix the window and they slam the ladder up against the side of the stucco and there isn't masonry to receive the impression of the ladder or of any other kind of equipment, it breaks, as opposed to it defends itself like stucco on masonry does. So,
wait,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So the durability issue that you're speaking to is important, and that happens when you have a thin layer of stucco over rigid insulation without a hard substrate in between. So I brought this screenshot up to show you that we do have the traditional stucco over not a rain screen, but really a lathe, which is, again, the traditional method of stucco. And the backup behind the stucco and lathe, which is necessary for adhering the stucco, the backup is a product called Armor Wall. And that layer right here that you see is a hard structural panel wall, which gives some durability to the stucco. Instead of being like EFIS, which is more compressible, this is a hard backup system. Sorry?
Sorry. Keep going.
Go on Stephen's microphone.
Oh. So you're saying it's a hard backup material that's applied to the rigid foam insulation, which is not a hard material.
Actually, it's nowadays it's a new energy code required by New York City. We need to have continuous insulation on the exterior of the building. So this product that we're using here is called.
I'm going to
here
because got a lot of background and I cannot understand you while he's on. Okay, continue. I'm sorry, Miss.
I'm sorry. Energy code now, the new New York City 2020 energy codes require continuous insulation on framed walls. So the way that we are providing that continuous insulation is by means of a proprietary product called Armor Wall, which includes that hard sheathing that I talked about with a bonded insulation to the inside of that hard backup layer.
So how long has this product been in use?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's been around for a while. We can provide specs in our written response to
provide
the.
I'm very concerned about it because, as we know, the EFIS doesn't hold up, easily damaged. What happens when this is damaged? Like, does the stucco, I understand stucco on the back, that's what you're supposed to do. But Mr., I'm muting you again because Mr. Grasso, every time you turn on your mic, so, okay, I'm muting you again. All right. So, so this material onto which the lath is mounted, if you damage the stucco, what happens, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to understand. And I'd like to see product more than specs, maybe product information about what happened, how this is repaired in the event of damage. Because as we know, if it's a masonry wall and it's damaged, you just bring the guy with some spackles and in half an hour, they've stuccoed that broken place and then you paint it, right? As opposed to the EFIS, forever broken.
Right. I was listening to an earlier review of earlier today, and I understood your antipathy to EFIS. So we'll make sure to address the durability concerns, which are important.
Okay, so please, for me to consider this being okay, I need to see something that shows that that the building's not going to wear badly. 10 years from now, we won't regret driving past them on the Major Deegan and saying, oh God, look at it now. Okay.
I have a question. The existing school that's there that I often pass by, how long has that been there? And what's the material that has been used for that building?
6 years. And there was an accident a few years ago that a car or a bus hit something and it sort of damaged, and it was repaired because now that I remember, something happened and we just called and they fixed it. So I don't know what kind of material is used here.
The material that's used on that building is also a cementitious stucco. The backboard is not the armor wall like you see here, and I can assure you that the reason why we're not using armor wall is because it's cheap, because it's quite the opposite. It's a very, I think once we send you a sample, I think you'll have a better understanding. But the material on the school is a cementitious stucco on Roxol insulation on a light gauge metal framing with cellulose blown in between.
Okay, so, and the insulation is what? That's a rigid insulation or?
It's a rigid Roxol insulation. So it's not your typical rigid foam insulation. It's a much better product that weeps water away. It won't it won't mold, it won't. It's a very good product, and it's been used in Europe for 20 something years.
Mhm. Okay. Okay, not sure yet.
We could also send you details of what's on that building, just so you could see what it is and how it's worn, because that building, I think you would agree if you look closer at it, that envelope has held up exceptionally well.
Mhm. For 6 years,
For
right? With damage. With damage from an event, if you have photographs of the damage and the repair, I don't know if you do.
But I'll ask my building manager.
Okay, that'd be great. I'm sure maybe for insurance, you had to take pictures or something like that. Okay. Okay. I think we've beaten this one enough. Okay. Anything else that you wanted to cover?
I think just for the character finding, we'll provide some more information regarding the impact on adjacent businesses as well.
Yes, right. The issue there always is, will the school force the closure basically of the adjacent businesses because of having students? Obviously, Sin City, we don't have to worry about that anymore. So
I understand that, and I think the benefit is that it's kind of in a corner off to the side, which benefits. So we'll address that in a submission.
Okay.
I think that was pretty much it, and of course we'll summarize everything in our that we discussed today as well in our future submission.
Great. So let's go to the public. There's nobody in the waiting room, but let's go to the public.
So this application is 2020-73BZ, 2500 Park Avenue, the Bronx. You want to call in, it's 646-558-8656. Zoom webinar ID number is 994-6891-7275. Passcode is 337825.
Right. And in the meantime, Chief Daly has his hand up, so let's let him speak.
You got that.
You're muted though.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to inform you and the members of the board that the fire department does object to this application, and that rooftop access to the 5th floor to the terraces on the student and the administrative terraces have not been provided. We would need them to redesign their exterior to give us access to those areas. And for the roof area, to be honest, I know that they're set back from the lot line, and I don't believe the fire department could ladder it, but I do need to, luckily going to the office tomorrow, I will speak with the staff chiefs to find out if we need access to the roof to ladder that. But for now, I know for the terrace area, we do need unobstructed access to that to that roof area.
Okay. So that's sort of a problem because you're talking also about the noise attenuation wall. So there needs to be a spot where it's operable or something, a gate.
Yes, yeah, they would have to create I think it was a 6x6 landing area, so our ladder trucks could ladder the landing area. We'd be walking onto a 6x6 area, then we can open up a gate or break the door down or to access the roof.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so fire department, sorry, the architects need to discuss this with fire department.
Yeah, they can reach out to me. Fayann does have my contact information. I can get them together with tech management, who does review the roof plans, and probably even they can seek a variance, because I think the code does say they have to provide an area every 12 linear feet, which would really chop off that the parapet wall. So we can work on that.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there anyone else who came into the waiting room? No. Right, and everyone else on the call is amongst us. Yes. Okay. All right then. So the question is, how much time to respond to these many issues, not to mention the various open seeker questions?
So this was the case that did have the expedited review letter that you mentioned.
We just started. So we just got here.
I know Kevin and Amber know the seeker schedules. Stephen, I think we need at least maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks to finalize a submission. I'll defer to Stephen and Kevin.
I mean, we're going to do whatever we can. I mean, we know that there's funding mechanisms here that are critical to meet, and I think we should discuss that openly, because we're on the razor's edge. COVID didn't help in terms of coordinating a lot of this, and so we're going to have our level of service analysis done in a week. We will coordinate with DOT as required on that. So, Stephen probably has more of the heavy lifting. I mean, Amber, we still have to negotiate out the noise, right? So that's something, but I don't think our response level is overly complicated. So to make a long story short, we can certainly do 3 weeks. But my concern is the scheduling of the hearing after that. And honestly, we can't have any errors in that submission. So, Commissioner, the fire department's concerns, Commissioner Daly, that we have to resolve that immediately. So I leave it up to Stephen, but we have no problem with whatever deadline is set, Fan.
I think realistically, we need the 4 weeks. It depends, right? It depends. We'll work with Evelyn and we'll see how quickly we could come to some solutions that we know would work for the criteria we know that's on the table now. So it really depends on what the ramifications of those design meetings are. But I think realistically, I don't want to waste anybody's time. I think 4 weeks is probably the realistic.
So can I ask a question? So after we do this, so there's another hearing, right? How long after that do we get approval?
So we just got here. This, it's only in this last week, all the commissioners learned about this project for the very first time. And we raised the questions, and all of those environmental agencies are reviewing hazardous materials, DOT, obviously, their concerns that Kevin and Amber are working on. We have open air quality, you have open waterfront consistency. There's all of these environmental issues that need to be responded to, and then the agency has to respond back with either their comments or their sign off. We cannot make a decision at all until we have sign off from all those environmental agencies. So let's just say you submit and you need to be submitting all of this material. Let's just say you submit to us in 4 weeks. According to that, we would try to schedule, our hearings are always 3 weeks after the submission. That's assuming that we can get you onto the calendar that is there for 7 weeks from now, okay? Assuming, and all I can do is assume that all the environmental reviews are done 7 weeks from now, then we have the authority to make a decision.
Right.
But we have it before that, okay?
All right.
Right. And all of the open issues that we raise that are either seeker related or just related to our own concerns about the site have to be addressed. So the thing that slows these applications down is an unwillingness to respond to board concerns because you don't feel like it. So you need to be, and there's a number of people on this call with a lot of experience before us. They know how we work. And so the advice is please be super responsive, make the changes that it's been requested, and the investigations that have been requested. And with respect to the design, I want to say, don't come back with the reasons why you can't do it. Do it. Okay? It never helps to say, I studied 12 different ways and I can't change it, because it's architecture on a piece of paper. And yes, you can change it. It's a piece of paper. So that's like a little bit of friendly advice, okay? And Kevin smiled and he knows.
I know.
Okay, so then,
That's fair enough.
okay. So, so I'm marking down that you need 4 weeks to submit and I don't, and, oh, and in terms of that, obviously, all the environmental consultants know the second you finish any of your studies, that gets submitted to the relevant agency. So there's back and forths there. The 4 weeks to submit are related to the questions that are specifically board questions as opposed to the environmental agency questions, okay? So for instance, Ms. Hay, your job is to give us more information about the site investigations. You have 4 weeks to do that, right? Okay.
So can I ask one question?
Yeah, sure.
If we finish in 3 weeks, can we issue in 3 weeks? Will that change anything, or is that not the way to go?
No, so what's going to happen is in a couple of days, we'll be sending out the projected assignment date for the hearing that you will appear at next. Once we our project manager, so that's Jella, right? Yeah, so Jella Prenga will let you know that the projected next hearing date is whatever it is, to just make sure that you can make it by then. So you'll have had a couple of days to talk amongst each other and make sure that 4 weeks is really the right time. And then get back to her about whether or not that's going to work. And after that, we solidify the date. And so it's published. And once it's published, there's no changes to the date. Okay.
Okay. We'll be in touch internally.
Right.
With Jella.
Tracy has her hand. Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, I just wanted to stress what you said, that in terms of environmental review, we have several open reviews, like some that might take more than one round. And while we always try to request expedites, we can't control DEP's schedule. And some of the changes, if some of those changes the board made affects the analysis that is being done, then that should be incorporated as well, because we don't want to add even more rounds of review.
Tracy, I hear you, and I'm thinking the same. So once we have a call to go through everything, I'll make sure that when we resubmit for DP and DOT, those are the two outstanding, that we take that into consideration.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else before we sign off? I want to thank everybody, all the consultants, all the participants in the project. It's great that you're building a school that's the equivalent of a private school for kids who live in the South Bronx. Bravo. And eventually we'll get there. Okay.
Thank you so much for your time and the discussion of the time frame. That was super helpful for Evelyn and everyone. Really appreciate everyone's time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good night.
All right.
All right, this concludes the public hearing for January 12th, 2021, 2 p.m. session. Thank you.
Night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.